Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the old farmhouse had one locked room no one could explain. When they forced it open, they found a walk-in closet filled with wedding dresses, 22 of them, all in pristine condition. Pinned to the last one was a faded note. She said yes, but she lied. Millbrook, Pennsylvania wasn't a place where much happened. The small town, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, had always been a quiet corner of rural America where residents knew each other by name and left their doors unlocked at night. That changed in the autumn of 2019 when realtor Diane Stevens got a call about listing the Hargrove property. The Hargrove farmhouse had stood on the outskirts of town for over a century. Charles Hargrove, the last known occupant, had lived there alone for decades after his mother passed away in the late 1980s. He kept to himself, rarely ventured into town, and when he did, exchanged few words with anyone. Locals described him as odd but harmless, a fixture of the community who never quite belonged to it. When Charles died at age 73 from what appeared to be natural causes, no immediate family came forward. It took county officials 6 months to track down a distant cousin in Oregon who inherited the property and immediately wanted to sell it. The house was in remarkable condition, Diane would later tell investigators. For a man living alone for so long, everything was meticulously maintained. The kitchen looked like it was from the 1970s, but it was spotless. The living room had furniture covered in plastic. It was like a time capsule. But there was one peculiarity that Diane couldn't explain to her client, a room on the second floor that remained locked. No key could be found among Charles's possessions. I told the cousin we'd need to get a locksmith before listing the property, Diane recalled. We needed to know what was in there, could be water damage, mold, anything that might affect the sale. The locksmith arrived on a Tuesday morning. The weather had turned cold, and a light fog hung over the fields surrounding the farmhouse. Jim Kendall had been opening locked doors in Millbrook for 30 years, but something about this job made him uneasy. The lock was strange, he would later say. Not old like the rest of the house. It was a high-security deadbolt, the kind you'd see on an external door, not an interior room. Whoever installed it didn't want anyone getting in. When the door finally swung open, the small gathering, Diane, Jim, and 2 representatives from the county, stood silent for nearly a full minute. None of them had expected what they found. A walk-in closet, meticulously organized, containing 22 wedding dresses arranged chronologically from what appeared to be styles from the 1970s through the early 2000s. Each dress hung in its own clear garment bag. Each had a small tag with a date, no names, just dates. And pinned to the last dress, a simple satin gown with a modest train dated October 17, 2003, was the handwritten note that would launch a multi-state investigation. She said yes, but she lied. Detective Laurel Morgan received the call around noon. At 43, she had spent 15 years with the Pennsylvania State Police, the last 5 in the Criminal Investigation Division. Millbrook fell within her jurisdiction, though she rarely had reason to visit. My first thought was that we were dealing with some kind of fetish, Detective Morgan would later write in her case notes. A lonely old man with a wedding dress collection, unusual but not necessarily criminal. The note changed everything. Within hours, the farmhouse became an active crime scene. Forensic technicians carefully removed each dress for examination. Records of missing persons were pulled for 5 surrounding states. The dates on the dresses, ranging from May 12, 1979 to October 17, 2003, became the focus of intense scrutiny. Charles Hargrove's past unfolded slowly through interviews with neighbors and examination of old records. He had worked as a traveling salesman for a pharmaceutical company until his retirement in 2005. His territory had covered parts of Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and Maryland. He never married, had no known long-term relationships, and according to his employment records, had an exemplary work history with regular travel throughout the region. He was the perfect invisible man, Morgan noted. Respectable job, kept his house nice, paid his taxes, nothing that would make you look twice. The investigation took its first significant turn when forensic analysis revealed trace evidence on several of the dresses. Despite their pristine appearance, 5 dresses contained microscopic blood spatter, carefully cleaned but detectable under laboratory conditions. 3 others had human hair that didn't match the same DNA profile. Meanwhile, another team cross-referenced the dates on the dresses with missing persons reports. The first match came 3 weeks into the investigation. Elaine Hoffman, 26, reported missing from her apartment in Pittsburgh on May 14, 1979, 2 days after the date on the first dress. Elaine had told her roommate she was meeting someone for dinner, a man she'd recently met who worked for a pharmaceutical company. She never returned. Her case had gone cold decades ago, with investigators at the time focusing on an ex-boyfriend who had a solid alibi. As the investigation progressed, 7 more matches emerged. All were women between 23 and 35. All had disappeared within days of the dates marked on the dresses. All cases had gone cold. None of the bodies had ever been found. The discovery that shook even the most seasoned investigators came in Charles's basement. Behind a false wall, accessible only through a crawlspace hidden by shelving, investigators found a metal box containing personal effects, driver's licenses, credit cards, small pieces of jewelry, items belonging to women who had vanished, items that could be kept as trophies. We believe Charles Hargrove may be responsible for at least 8 murders over a 24-year period, Detective Morgan announced at a press conference 6 months into the investigation. We're still working to identify the victims connected to the remaining 14 dresses. But the case wasn't so straightforward. As investigators dug deeper into Charles's past, inconsistencies emerged. During 3 of the disappearances, pharmacy company records showed Charles was demonstrably elsewhere, with signatures on delivery forms and hotel receipts placing him hundreds of miles away. Then came the journal, discovered in a safe deposit box listed in Charles's will, with instructions that it be opened only after his death. The journal contained entries spanning 30 years, with descriptions of wedding dresses, dates, and locations, but nothing that explicitly connected him to any crimes. One entry particularly troubled investigators. "I didn't want any of this. I keep them for her. I keep my promises." The question that haunted Detective Morgan, who was her? The answer emerged gradually from Charles's childhood. County records revealed that his mother, Eleanor Hargrove, had been briefly institutionalized in 1965 when Charles was 19. Her diagnosis, delusional disorder with paranoid features. She had been convinced that young women were trying to steal her son away. Interviews with elderly neighbors revealed more. Alina had been controlling, had discouraged Charles from dating, had allegedly sabotaged his one serious relationship in his early 20s. After her 3-month hospitalization, she returned home, seemingly improved, and Charles remained devoted to her until her death. "We now believe that Alina may have been involved," Morgan explained in her final case report. "The timeline suggests the killings began after her supposed recovery. Charles's travel schedule provided both opportunity and alibi. The pharmaceutical company unwittingly gave them access to multiple jurisdictions. The theory that emerged depicted a disturbing partnership, Alina identifying young women who showed interest in her son, Charles using his charm and position to lure them, possibly with promises of marriage. What happened after remained speculative, as no bodies had been recovered. 3 years after the discovery in the farmhouse, the investigation technically remains open. 14 of the 22 dresses have never been connected to specific victims. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies on the farmhouse property, but excavations revealed only animal remains. Charles Hargrove took most of his secrets to the grave. The farmhouse stands empty, impossible to sell now, slowly decaying. Locals avoid it, claiming they can sometimes see movement in the upstairs windows at night. In Millbrook, doors are now locked after dark. Parents keep closer watch on their children, and Detective Morgan keeps a photograph of the closet with its 22 wedding dresses on her desk, a reminder of the cases still unsolved, the families still waiting for answers. The dresses themselves remain in evidence storage, pristine and ghostly under the fluorescent lights, each representing a broken promise, each holding secrets that may never be fully revealed. As for the note, she said yes, but she lied. Some investigators believe it was Alina's voice speaking through Charles, a final accusation against women who had betrayed them by showing interest in the lonely man from the farmhouse on the edge of town. Others think it might have been Charles's own words, a confession of sorts about the terrible pact with his mother that defined and destroyed so many lives. The truth, like the missing women, remains elusive. In Millbrook, Pennsylvania, the seasons change, new families move in, and life continues, but no one who knows the story of the Hargrove farmhouse ever looks at a wedding dress the same way again. Crime 2, they were digging for a garden when they hit wood, a coffin buried vertically. Inside, a mannequin with human hair and a camera embedded in the chest. The memory card was labeled with her street address. It was an unseasonably warm April afternoon in Millfield, Connecticut, when Sarah Newell decided to finally start the vegetable garden she'd been planning since purchasing her colonial-style home last fall. The 34-year-old elementary school librarian had moved to the quiet suburb from Boston, seeking the tranquility that had eluded her in the city. Her modest plot on Oakwood Lane sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, backing onto a small patch of woodland that separated the residential area from the older, historical part of town. The previous owners, an elderly couple who had relocated to Florida, had left the backyard largely untended. Wild grass and weeds had overtaken what was once, according to the real estate listing, a charming garden space. Sarah's spade cut through the soft earth easily, the soil dark and rich beneath the neglected surface. She had been digging for nearly an hour, clearing a rectangular plot about 8 feet from her back porch, when the metal blade struck something solid. Probably just a root, Sarah muttered to herself, adjusting her gardening gloves and stabbing the spade into the ground a few inches away. Again, the unmistakable sound of metal against wood. Curious now, Sarah got down on her knees and began clearing the dirt away with her hands. What emerged made her heart sink into her stomach. Smooth, dark wood curved at the edges, unmistakably part of a coffin. Sarah called the police immediately. Within 40 minutes, 2 patrol cars and an unmarked sedan were parked along her driveway. Detective Marcus Holland, a veteran of Millfield's small police department, arrived shortly after. With his salt and pepper hair and steady gaze, he had the kind of reassuring presence that made Sarah feel slightly less unnerved by what was unfolding in her backyard. "We'll need to excavate carefully," Detective Holland explained, as a small team of officers cordoned off the area with yellow police tape. "This could be historical. Millfield has burial grounds dating back to the 1700s, though none documented in this particular area." By sunset, what they had uncovered defied any simple historical explanation. The coffin was modern, manufactured within the last decade according to the forensic technician who arrived, and had been deliberately placed vertically in the ground as if standing upright. This unusual positioning had allowed it to be buried in a relatively small hole, only about 4 feet deep. When they finally opened the coffin, the collective breath of everyone present seemed to freeze in the cooling evening air. Inside was not a human body, but a mannequin dressed in a simple white dress. The mannequin's face was eerily realistic, with glass eyes that reflected the flashlight beams in the growing darkness. Most disturbing was the hair, real human hair, blonde and shoulder length, attached to the plastic scalp with meticulous care. But what sent a chill down Detective Holland's spine was what had been embedded in the mannequin's chest. A small digital camera, its lens pointing outward through a circular hole cut in the white dress. "There's a memory card," one of the officers noted, carefully removing the small rectangular chip from the camera. Written on a piece of masking tape wrapped around the card was an address, 1422 Elmwood Drive. Sarah's address. Detective Holland insisted that Sarah stay elsewhere that night. She called her sister in New Haven, who arrived an hour later to pick her up. As Sarah packed an overnight bag, Holland asked questions about the previous owners, about any strange occurrences since she had moved in, about anyone who might have shown unusual interest in her or her property. "The Millers seemed like a normal couple," Sarah said, her voice shaking slightly as she folded clothes into her bag. "They lived here for over 20 years before retiring to Florida. I've received a few pieces of their mail, nothing unusual. And no one has been particularly interested in me or the house since I moved in. I keep to myself mostly. I'm still getting to know people in town." The memory card was taken to the police station, where digital forensics specialist Liam Cortez was called in to examine its contents. The station was quiet that night, with only a few officers on duty. Detective Holland watched over Liam's shoulder as he carefully inserted the card into a computer isolated from the department's network, standard procedure when dealing with unknown digital evidence. "It's encrypted," Liam said after several attempts to access the files. "Professionally done, too. This isn't amateur hour. It'll take time to crack." While the technical team worked on the memory card, Detective Holland began the process of contacting the previous owners. Frank and Alina Miller were initially confused by the late-night call, then horrified as Holland explained what had been found on their former property. "We never noticed anything unusual in that yard," Frank insisted, his voice crackling over the phone line. "We didn't do much gardening in the later years, I admit. My back wasn't what it used to be, but we mowed that lawn every week during the growing season for 2 decades. There was never any sign of disturbed earth." Holland pressed further. "Did you ever notice anyone taking unusual interest in your property? Anyone watching the house or asking questions about it?" There was a pause on the line, followed by muffled conversation between Frank and his wife. Then Alina's voice came on the phone. There was that man who used to walk his dog past our house. Every day, same time, for maybe 6 months before we moved. He would stop sometimes, let his dog sniff around near the edge of our property. We didn't think much of it. People walked their dogs after all. Can you describe him? Holland asked, pen poised over his notepad. Middle-aged, maybe early 50s, thin, always wore a baseball cap, had a large black dog, a Labrador, I think. It wasn't much to go on, but it was something. The next morning, Holland expanded the investigation, ordering a thorough search of Sarah's entire property and interviewing neighbors along Oakwood Lane. No one recalled seeing anyone digging in the miller's backyard, though several mentioned the man with the black dog who had been a regular presence in the neighborhood for a period of time last year. He said his name was Paul, recalled Martha Jennings, an elderly woman who lived 2 doors down from Sarah. Said he was house-sitting for his cousin on Maple Street. Friendly enough, always waved, but never stopped to chat like most folks around here do. Haven't seen him in months now that I think about it. 3 days into the investigation, Liam Cortez finally broke through the encryption on the memory card. What they found was more disturbing than anyone had anticipated. The card contained hundreds of photographs, all of Sarah Newell. Sarah walking to her car in Boston outside her previous apartment. Sarah at the grocery store. Sarah jogging in a park. Sarah viewing the house on Oakwood Lane with her real estate agent months before she purchased it. The most recent photos showed Sarah sleeping in her bedroom at the new house, taken through her window. The timestamps indicated they were from just 2 weeks before she had begun digging in her garden. He's been watching her for at least a year, Holland said grimly, scrolling through the images. This isn't random. She was targeted specifically, long before she moved here. The investigation now took on a new urgency. Sarah was placed under police protection while detectives combed through her life, looking for connections to anyone who might harbor an obsession with her. Her ex-boyfriends were investigated and cleared. Colleagues from the school where she worked were interviewed. Students' parents were discreetly questioned. It was a former coworker from Sarah's previous job at the Boston Public Library who provided the first real lead. There was this one patron who always seemed to be there when Sarah was working, explained Diane Martinez, the head librarian. He would request help finding obscure books, always from Sarah specifically. It got to the point where I noticed and asked her about it. She said he was harmless, just socially awkward. When shown a composite sketch based on the descriptions of the man with the dog, Diane's eyes widened. That could be him. He always wore a cap indoors, which I thought was odd for a library. I remember because I had to remind him once about our no-hats policy. The man was identified as Paul Denton, a 53-year-old former photography teacher who had been dismissed from a community college in Rhode Island 3 years earlier after female students complained about his inappropriate attention. He had no criminal record, but his dismissal had been handled quietly by the college, with no formal charges filed. Detective Holland obtained a warrant to search Denton's last known address, an apartment in a neighboring town about 20 miles from Millfield. The apartment was empty. Denton had moved out 2 months earlier, according to the landlord. But in the basement storage unit assigned to his apartment, they found something chilling. Dozens of mannequins in various states of assembly, all with the same blonde hair type that matched the one buried in Sarah's yard. He's recreating something, the department psychologist suggested during a briefing. The vertical burial is symbolic. He's not trying to hide the mannequin. He wanted it to be found eventually. The camera is his way of still watching, of being present when his creation was discovered. As the investigation expanded, two more buried mannequins were discovered in other towns, each in the yards of women living alone, each containing cameras. None of the women had realized they were being watched. Unlike Sarah, they hadn't decided to dig gardens in their backyards. 6 weeks into the investigation, Paul Denton's car was found abandoned at a trailhead in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. A hiker reported finding a wallet and baseball cap matching Denton's description about 2 miles up a remote trail, but despite an extensive search by local authorities, no further trace of him was found. Sarah Newell eventually returned to her home on Oakwood Lane after enhanced security measures were installed. The garden she had started that April afternoon remained unfinished, the disturbed earth now covered over with fresh sod. She often found herself standing at her kitchen window, staring out at the backyard, wondering what other secrets might lie beneath the innocent-looking grass. Detective Holland kept the case open, checking in with Sarah regularly. "We'll find him," he would assure her, though as months passed with no further leads, both knew his words carried less conviction. What neither of them knew was that 300 miles away, in a small town in upstate New York, a middle-aged man had recently moved into a quiet apartment complex. The residents knew him as James, a friendly but private man who had taken up residence in Unit 7B. He didn't own a dog now, but he had mentioned to the property manager that he was thinking of getting one soon. A large one, perhaps a black Labrador. Crime 3, she moved in alone, but every time she turned on the heat, a sweet floral scent drifted through the vents. One day she followed the ductwork to the basement. Inside a crawlspace, a woman's purse filled with expired lipstick and a blood-stained scarf. Melissa Winters had always been a cautious woman. At 32, she'd saved enough from her accounting job to purchase her first home, a modest 2-bedroom craftsman built in 1943 on the quiet outskirts of Oak Ridge, Minnesota. The realtor had mentioned the house's unique character and rich history, phrases Melissa would later replay in her mind during sleepless nights. It was September 2018 when she moved in, just as the leaves were beginning to turn. The previous owner, an elderly man named Gerald Hoffman, had moved to Florida after his wife passed away. The house had sat vacant for 11 months before Melissa's offer was accepted. The price had been surprisingly reasonable, something she attributed to the outdated kitchen and the home's distance from the city center. The neighbors kept to themselves. On the right lived the Petersons, a middle-aged couple who exchanged polite waves but rarely ventured beyond their well-maintained yard. To the left stood a rental property that cycled through tenants every year or so. Across the street, a retired schoolteacher named Alina would occasionally bring over baked goods, always careful not to overstay her welcome. "I didn't know the Hoffmans well," Alina told Melissa during one such visit 3 weeks after she moved in. "They were private people. Mrs. Hoffman, Lillian was her name. I hadn't seen her for nearly a year before Gerald said she'd moved to her sister's place. Then, not long after, he sold the house and left for Florida." Melissa nodded politely, not particularly interested in the house's previous occupants. She was focused on making the space her own, repainting the walls a soft gray, replacing the outdated lighting fixtures, and planning for larger renovations in the spring. October arrived with an unexpected cold snap. One evening, as the temperature dipped below freezing, Melissa turned on the central heating system for the first time. The old furnace in the basement rattled to life, sending warm air through the network of ducts that ran throughout the house. That was when she first noticed it, a sweet, floral scent drifting from the vents, not unpleasant, but distinct. Like perfume, expensive perfume, with notes of jasmine and something heavier, something muskier underneath. At first, Melissa assumed it was residual cleaning product from when she'd had the ducts professionally cleaned before moving in. She opened a few windows to air out the house, then went to bed thinking nothing more of it. The next morning, the scent was gone, but 3 days later, when the temperature dropped again and she once more activated the heating system, the fragrance returned, stronger this time. It seemed to Melissa that it was most noticeable in the hallway leading to the second bedroom, the one she used as a home office. "It's probably just dust burning off the heating elements," her friend Kylie suggested during their weekly phone call. "My cousin's place did the same thing when she first moved in." Melissa accepted this explanation, though something about the perfume smell lingered in her thoughts. It wasn't a mechanical odor, it was distinctly feminine, like someone had sprayed perfume directly into the vents. November brought the first snow, and with it, the necessity of running the heat almost constantly. The scent became a regular part of Melissa's home environment. Sometimes she would wake in the night to find it stronger than usual, as if someone had just walked through her bedroom wearing the fragrance. On these nights, she would lie awake, listening to the old house settle and creak, watching shadows play across her ceiling. She began to research the scent online, trying to identify the specific perfume. After sampling testers at several department stores, she found it, Chanel No. 5, a classic and expensive fragrance that had been around since the 1920s. Mrs. Hoffman always wore Chanel, Eleanor mentioned casually when Melissa brought over some mail that had been delivered to her house by mistake. Said it was the only thing her husband ever gave her that she truly loved. Something about the comment made Melissa uncomfortable. She began to ask more questions about the Hoffmans, learning that Gerald had been a quiet man who worked as an accountant just like her. Lillian had been 20 years younger than her husband, a former model who had given up her career when they married in 1999. "No one saw much of her those last few years," Eleanor said, her voice dropping slightly. "Gerald always said she was unwell, migraines, I think. Then one day he just mentioned she'd gone to stay with her sister in Chicago. Must have been, sometime in early 2017. December arrived, bringing with it holiday decorations throughout the neighborhood and increasingly disturbing dreams for Melissa. In these dreams, she would follow the scent of perfume through unfamiliar hallways that somehow existed within her house, calling out for someone whose name she couldn't quite remember upon waking. It was the week before Christmas when the heat stopped working properly. The vents in the living room and kitchen still functioned, but her bedroom and office remained cold. Reluctant to pay for emergency holiday repair rates, Melissa decided to investigate herself. She descended into the basement with a flashlight, following the main trunk line of the ductwork to see if she could locate any obvious issues. The basement was unfinished, with concrete floors and exposed beams overhead. The ductwork ran along the ceiling in a complex network, disappearing into walls and floors. As she traced the path toward her office, Melissa noticed a section of the basement wall that looked different from the rest, newer concrete, not quite matching in color or texture. Behind this wall was a crawl space, not indicated on any of the house plans she'd received during the purchase. Using a hammer from her toolbox, Melissa carefully chipped away at a corner of the newer concrete until she created an opening large enough to shine her flashlight through. The beam illuminated a small space, perhaps 4 feet wide and 6 feet deep. At first, Melissa saw nothing unusual, just dirt, floor, and cobwebs. Then her light caught something reflective, the metal clasp of a purse. With trembling hands, she widened the hole and reached in, pulling out a dusty designer handbag. The brand was easily recognizable, Gucci, from several seasons ago. Inside, she found a wallet containing ID cards for Lillian Hoffman, several tubes of expensive but expired lipstick, a compact mirror, keys to Mercedes that Melissa had never seen in the neighborhood, and a silk scarf, once white, now stained with what appeared to be dried blood. The perfume scent was overwhelming now, emanating from the purse itself, as if the bag had been doused in the fragrance. Melissa dropped it, backing away, her mind racing. That night she called the police. The investigation that followed revealed more than just Lillian's purse. After obtaining a warrant, forensic teams dismantled the crawlspace entirely, finding human remains buried beneath the dirt floor. Dental records confirmed they belonged to Lillian Hoffman, who had never gone to Chicago, had never left the house at all. Gerald Hoffman was located in a retirement community in Sarasota, Florida. When confronted with the evidence, he showed no surprise, no emotion at all. His confession came easily, as if he'd been waiting years to tell someone. She was leaving me, he told detectives in a recorded interview. After 20 years, she was going to leave me for her personal trainer. She'd already packed her bag. That purse, she treasured that purse more than anything I ever gave her, except the perfume. She loved the perfume. According to Gerald, the argument had escalated quickly. Lillian had sprayed herself with Chanel No. 5, preparing to meet her lover, when Gerald struck her with a heavy crystal ashtray. He buried her body in the basement crawlspace, sealed it with fresh concrete, and told everyone she had gone to stay with a non-existent sister. I couldn't bear to throw away her things, he admitted. That purse, she loved that purse. Gerald Hoffman was charged with second-degree murder and is currently serving a 25-year sentence in the Minnesota State Correctional Facility. Melissa Winters never spent another night in the house. She sold it at a loss 6 months later, disclosing its history to the new owners, a young couple who claimed they didn't believe in ghosts or bad energy. They renovated extensively, removing all the old ductwork and installing a modern heating system. But neighbors say that sometimes, on particularly cold evenings when the heat runs continuously, a sweet floral scent still drifts through the neighborhood, notes of jasmine with something muskier underneath, as if Lillian Hoffman is still there, preparing to leave over and over again. Alina, the retired schoolteacher who still lives across the street, keeps her windows closed during winter now, no matter how stuffy her house becomes. Some scents, she told a local reporter during the investigation, carry memories that are best left buried. Poor Lillian, she just wanted to leave. Crime 4, she opened her closet and froze. A pair of muddied boots had been placed neatly beside hers. They were her size. In the right shoe, she found a folded piece of paper. It said, "I like how you walk." Natalie Weber had always been methodical about her routines. Friends described her as comfortably predictable, the kind of 32-year-old woman who arranged her closet by color and season, who kept her coffee mugs facing the same direction in the cupboard. She lived alone in a modest apartment in Oak Ridge, Minnesota, a town just small enough that neighbors still noticed unfamiliar cars parked overnight. Her sister Carolyn often teased her about her precision. "Even your footsteps have a rhythm," she'd say during their Sunday phone calls. Natalie had indeed developed a distinctive gait, quick, purposeful steps that echoed through the hallways of Oak Ridge Elementary, where she taught 3rd grade. Her students could hear her coming before she rounded the corner. For 8 years, Natalie's life had followed a reassuring pattern. Weekday mornings at school, evenings at home with a book or preparing lesson plans, weekends divided between errands and occasional dinners with the few close friends she maintained since college. She rarely deviated from these patterns. Regularity made her feel safe. September in Minnesota brought the first hints of autumn. Natalie had just switched her closet from summer clothes to fall when she first noticed something amiss. It was subtle, a scarf that seemed slightly moved, a sweater folded differently than she remembered. She dismissed these observations as fatigue from long school days. On the evening of September 12, 2023, Natalie returned from a parent-teacher conference that had run late. The school parking lot had been nearly empty when she left, just her Honda Civic and the janitor's truck remaining under the dim security lights. She remembered checking her mirrors several times on the drive home, a nagging feeling of being watched making the back of her neck prickle. She followed her usual routine, hanging her jacket in the entryway closet, setting her purse on the kitchen counter, brewing chamomile tea. Nothing seemed out of place until she went to her bedroom to change into comfortable clothes. The closet door was slightly ajar. She was certain she had closed it that morning. The slight draft from her window often caused it to creak if left open. Pulling the door wider, Natalie's breath caught in her throat. There, among her neatly arranged footwear, sat a pair of women's hiking boots she didn't recognize. They were caked with reddish mud, placed with careful precision beside her own shoes. They appeared to be exactly her size. With trembling hands, Natalie noticed something protruding from the right boot, a folded piece of lined paper, the kind taken from a standard notebook. The message inside, written in neat, controlled handwriting, consisted of just 5 words: "I like how you walk." Detective Marcus Holloway received the call at 9:17 p.m. By the time he arrived at Natalie's apartment, she had touched nothing else, sitting rigidly on her living room sofa, arms wrapped around herself. The responding officer had already secured the scene. "Could they belong to a friend?" Holloway asked gently, examining the boots now contained in an evidence bag. "Someone who might have changed shoes at your place recently." Natalie shook her head. "I don't have people over often, and I would remember those." Her voice was steady, but her hands wouldn't stop shaking. "Someone has been in my apartment, detective. Someone has been watching me." The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry. Natalie's spare key, which she kept hidden under a decorative rock near her back porch, remained untouched. Nothing was missing, no electronics, no jewelry, no cash from the emergency envelope she kept in her desk drawer. Just the addition of boots that weren't hers and a note. Security cameras in the apartment complex had been out of order for maintenance that week, a coincidence that Holloway found troubling. Neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual, though elderly Mrs. Kelsey from across the hall mentioned a carpet cleaning service van parked in the visitor section earlier that day. "Did anyone schedule carpet cleaning?" Holloway asked the building manager. "Not through us," he replied, scrolling through his maintenance log. "Residents sometimes hire outside services, but they're supposed to notify the office." The mud on the boots yielded the first concrete lead. Analysis determined it contained mineral compositions specific to the riverbank areas near Willow Creek Park, about 3 miles from Natalie's apartment. The park had been partially closed for trail maintenance, with only the eastern paths remaining open to the public. Natalie's routine didn't include visits to Willow Creek. She preferred the paved walking path at Memorial Park, closer to her home. School security footage showed nothing unusual in the days preceding the incident. Natalie arrived and departed at her normal times. No unfamiliar figures lingered near her classroom or car. Yet when Holloway interviewed her colleagues, a detail emerged from Brenda Morales, the school librarian. There was a man asking about her, Brenda recalled, frowning. About 2 weeks ago, said he was thinking of enrolling his daughter and heard great things about Ms. Weber. Wanted to know her schedule, which I thought was odd. I just told him to contact the front office. Can you describe him? Holloway asked. Average height, I guess, dark hair, wore a green jacket, nothing remarkable except, she paused, except his shoes. They were unusually clean, like he'd just bought them. I remember thinking it was strange because it had been raining all day, but they looked pristine. The description was too vague to generate a suspect profile, but it added to Holloway's growing concern. Someone had been collecting information on Natalie, studying her movements, learning her patterns. 3 days after finding the boots, Natalie noticed her mail had been opened and carefully resealed. Small items in her apartment seemed shifted, a photo frame turned slightly, her toothbrush in a different position than she remembered leaving it. She began staying with her sister Carolyn, unable to feel safe in her own space. She's falling apart, Carolyn told Holloway during a follow-up interview. She's always double-checking doors now, looking over her shoulder. This isn't just about boots anymore. Someone's trying to break her mentally. On September 21st, 9 days after the boot incident, Natalie received a text message from an unknown number. New shoes soon. The blue ones would look nice with your Wednesday outfit. Natalie hadn't worn blue on Wednesdays in months. The phone number traced back to a prepaid cell purchased with cash at a convenience store 30 miles away. Store security footage showed a person in a baseball cap and surgical mask, standard pandemic attire that made identification impossible. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. A groundskeeper at Willow Creek reported finding a small, temporary shelter hidden in the wooded area beyond the maintained trails, the section closed to the public. Inside were photographs of Natalie, entering her apartment building, teaching in her classroom, shopping at the local grocery store. A notebook contained detailed observations of her daily movements, including precise times she left for work, which parking spot she typically chose, and which neighbors she spoke with regularly. Most disturbing was a collection of small items: a hair elastic presumably taken from her bathroom, a coffee receipt from her wallet, and a single earring she had reported missing weeks earlier. The police increased patrols around Natalie's apartment and the school. They installed temporary cameras at both locations. Natalie took a leave of absence from teaching, the constant anxiety making it impossible to focus on her students. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the incident stopped. No more displaced items, no more text messages, no unfamiliar vehicles reported in the neighborhood. For almost 3 weeks, nothing happened. Investigators began to wonder if the stalker had been scared off by the increased police presence, or if they had moved on to another target. Natalie cautiously returned to her apartment, though she no longer felt safe living alone. On October 12th, exactly 1 month after the boots appeared in her closet, Natalie received a small package delivered to her school mailbox. Inside was a handcrafted greeting card with pressed wildflowers from Willow Creek Park glued to the front. The message inside read, "I've learned enough. Thank you for teaching me how to follow." That same evening in Hampton, a town 40 miles south of Oak Ridge, kindergarten teacher Ellie Parsons opened her closet to find a pair of muddy boots placed neatly beside her shoes. They were exactly her size. In the right boot was a folded piece of paper. "I like how you walk." When Detective Holloway connected the cases, he discovered another unsettling pattern. 3 similar incidents had occurred across the state over the past 2 years, each targeting female teachers who lived alone. In each case, the intrusions and messages continued for exactly 1 month before stopping completely. And in each case, a new victim was targeted shortly afterward, always in a different town, but close enough for someone to drive there within an hour. The investigation remains open. The stalker's identity is still unknown. Natalie Weber no longer lives in Oak Ridge. She no longer teaches. She no longer arranges her closet by color and season. She no longer wears shoes that make noise when she walks. Crime 5, renovators found it sealed behind drywall, a burner phone duct taped to the studs, still charged. It had one photo in the gallery, a sleeping woman with her exact tattoo. Emma Caldwell had always considered herself cautious. Friends described her as the responsible one, the designated driver, the one who'd text when she got home safe, who carried pepper spray and knew which streets to avoid after dark. At 32, she lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house in Ridgemont, Ohio, a sleepy suburb 20 minutes outside Columbus. She'd purchased the home 8 months earlier, her first major investment after years of saving, while working as a pediatric nurse at Ridgemont Memorial. The small blue Craftsman with white trim had been built in 1973 and needed what realtors called cosmetic updates, but Emma saw potential in its solid bones and quiet neighborhood. Her mother worried about her living alone, but Emma assured her the security system was state-of-the-art. Besides, she'd say with a laugh, nothing ever happens in Ridgemont. Every morning at 5:45, Emma would rise for her shift, make a single cup of coffee in her French press, and sit on her back porch for exactly 15 minutes before showering. Her coworkers teased her about her precision, her schedule so predictable they could set their watches by her arrival. The small butterfly tattoo on her left shoulder, 3 interconnected monarchs representing herself and her 2 sisters, was her one concession to spontaneity, acquired during a rare impulsive moment in college. In the evenings, Emma often spoke with her mother or texted her younger sister, Abigail. She dated occasionally, but nothing serious since moving to Ridgemont. Neighbors would see her jogging the same 3-mile route through Oakwood Park on weekends, headphones in, politely waving as she passed. She was just normal, her friend and colleague Sarah Keller would later tell investigators. Reliable, the kind of person who returns your Tupperware cleaned and with brownies inside. The house required work. Emma tackled smaller projects herself, painting the living room a soft sage green, replacing cabinet hardware, but saved for professionals to handle the bathroom renovation she'd planned for the spring of 2023. She hired Clarkson Renovations, a local contractor with solid reviews, to gut and rebuild the hall bathroom starting March 14th. 3 weeks into the renovation, on April 7th, Emma's mother Gloria called her at 9:17 p.m. When Emma didn't answer, Gloria left a voicemail about an upcoming family dinner. Nothing urgent. She thought nothing of it until the next morning when Emma still hadn't returned her call, unusual for her punctual daughter. After 3 unanswered calls, Gloria phoned the hospital. Emma hadn't shown up for her shift. She hadn't called in sick. She hadn't answered texts from her supervisor. When police arrived at Emma's home at 2:43 p.m. on April 8th, they found her car in the driveway, her purse on the kitchen counter, and her cell phone charging beside her bed. The coffee maker was prepared for morning brewing, a single cup's worth of grounds measured in the filter. The back door was unlocked. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign of struggle, and no sign of Emma. Detective Marcus Reynolds, a 14-year veteran of the Ridgemont Police Department, noted the eeriness of the scene in his initial report. Residence appears as if occupant stepped out momentarily with intention to return. Personal items intact, including wallet containing $73 cash and all credit cards. Bed made. No clothing appears to be missing. The bathroom renovation was mid-progress, the old fixtures removed, new drywall partially installed, tools left neatly arranged on a blue tarp. Neighbors reported seeing the renovation van parked outside around 4:30 p.m. the previous day, but nothing unusual. A search of the surrounding area yielded nothing. Emma's phone showed no suspicious messages, no unusual calls. Her bank accounts revealed no unusual activity. Her social media accounts, limited to occasional posts about her niece or her gardening efforts, showed nothing concerning. For 3 days, police investigated while volunteers combed nearby wooded areas. Flyers with Emma's smiling face appeared on telephone poles and in shop windows throughout Ridgemont. Local news ran segments asking for information. The hospital where Emma worked offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to her whereabouts. On day 4, Jason Clarkson, owner of Clarkson Renovations, resumed work on Emma's bathroom. "We didn't want to," he later explained, "but police said we could continue. They'd already processed the scene. I guess they thought routine might help, like she might just come home." 2 hours into the workday, Marco Ruiz, one of Clarkson's workers, made an unsettling discovery while removing a section of old drywall that separated the bathroom from an adjacent linen closet. "I was taking down this section by the closet, and I felt something weird behind it," Marco later told Detective Reynolds. "At first I thought it was a dead rat or something, but then I saw the tape." Secured to a wall stud with silver duct tape was a cheap prepaid phone, commonly called a burner phone. The phone was switched off, but remarkably, still held a partial charge when Marco powered it on. There were no contacts saved, no call history, no text messages. Only a single photo in the gallery, a woman sleeping, her face partially turned away from the camera, the bedspread blue and unfamiliar. But clearly visible on her exposed left shoulder was a tattoo of 3 interconnected butterfly monarchs, identical to Emma's. The timestamp on the photo read 2:14 a.m., March 17th, 3 days after the renovation had begun. "It doesn't make sense," Gloria Caldwell said when detectives showed her the photograph. "That's Emma's tattoo, I'm certain, but that's not her bedroom. Those aren't her sheets. Where was this taken, and why would someone hide the phone?" Jason Clarkson provided records of all employees who had worked on Emma's renovation. He employed 8 workers, all of whom had been with the company for at least 2 years. None had criminal records beyond minor traffic violations. All consented to interviews and searches of their homes. "I've known these guys for years," Clarkson insisted. "They're family men. They couldn't do something like this." The investigation expanded. Digital forensics recovered nothing else from the burner phone, no fingerprints, no metadata beyond the photo timestamp. The phone had been purchased with cash at a convenience store 15 miles away 6 months earlier. The store's security footage had long been overwritten. Emma's laptop revealed standard browsing history, nursing research, Netflix, online shopping, but also something curious. She had searched how to tell if someone has been in your house and security cameras affordable a week before her disappearance. Detective Reynolds ordered a more thorough search of Emma's house, including the walls, crawl spaces, and attic. They found nothing else hidden, no secret messages, no signs of disturbance. Then came the neighbor's doorbell camera footage. Mrs. Abernathy, who lived across the street, had a security camera that captured a slice of Emma's front yard. Most days showed nothing unusual: Emma leaving for work, occasional deliveries, the renovation van. But reviewing footage from 2 weeks before Emma's disappearance, technicians noticed something odd. At 3:47 a.m. on March 23rd, a figure crossed briefly through the camera's field of view, approaching Emma's house. The figure wore dark clothing and kept their head down, features indistinguishable in the low-quality night footage. The person didn't return through the camera's range. When investigators canvassed the neighborhood again, another neighbor, Ted Wilson, remembered something. About a month ago, maybe more, I was walking my dog late. I have insomnia, and I saw headlights. A car parked down the block, just sitting there, lights off after a minute. I didn't think much of it. People have visitors, you know, but it was late after midnight. Wilson couldn't recall the car's make or model, just that it was dark-colored, maybe blue or black. The renovation crew continued to be the focus of the investigation. While all had alibis for the night of Emma's disappearance, the timeline became murkier regarding who had access to her home during the weeks prior. These jobs, people come and go, Clarkson explained. Someone's sick, someone else fills in. We're at the mercy of scheduling and other jobs running long. 5 weeks into the investigation, with Emma still missing, police received an anonymous call. The caller, voice disguised, said only, "Check the Westlake Motel, room 18, March 17th. The call lasted 9 seconds. The Westlake Motel, a budget establishment on the outskirts of Columbus, kept minimal records and had no security cameras. The night clerk from March remembered nothing unusual. Room 18 had been rented to a John Smith, who paid cash and left no identification. But the motel's cleaning staff remembered something: the blue bedspread that had been in room 18 until it was replaced in early April. The same blue bedspread visible in the photo of the sleeping woman with Emma's tattoo. 6 weeks after Emma's disappearance, Detective Reynolds received a letter at the station, unmarked except for his name. Inside was a key to a storage unit at Summit Self-Storage, 5 miles from Emma's home. The unit contained nothing but a single chair, a camera tripod, and a laptop. When digital forensics processed the laptop, they found it had been completely wiped, except for a single text file in the documents folder labeled "Watching TXT." The file contained dates and times, cryptic notes. Feb 12, 6:12 a.m. Coffee routine. Lace on right shoe untied. Feb 18:10, 34 p.m. Bathroom light on 47 minutes. Feb 26:3, 15 a.m. Checked window again, still secure. Mar 9, 11:22 p.m. Phone call 18 minutes. Sister. Mar 12, all day preparations complete. Mar 17:2, 14 a.m. Perfect opportunity. Then finally, APRA 7, she noticed today. She knows, time to move. The investigation expanded yet again. No fingerprints on the laptop or storage unit key. The storage unit had been rented under a false name with cash. The trail went cold. 8 weeks after her disappearance, while executing another search warrant at Emma's home, officers found something they'd previously missed: a small notebook tucked between the mattress and box spring of her bed. Inside, in Emma's handwriting, Someone's been here again, nothing taken, but things moved slightly. The coffee mug in a different cabinet, my running shoes aligned too perfectly. Am I losing my mind? Maybe Mom's right about this place. After the bathroom's done, I should consider selling. I feel watched. The final entry, dated April 7th, found something disturbing today while looking for extra towels. Going to call Marcus tonight after I think it through. This isn't paranoia anymore. Marcus, Detective Reynolds' first name. They had attended high school together 20 years earlier. Emma had never called him. The case remains unsolved. The bathroom renovation was eventually completed. The house sold at a loss. Emma Caldwell's family still distributes flyers on the anniversary of her disappearance. Detective Reynolds keeps the burner phone in his desk drawer, checking it occasionally to see if any new messages might appear. And in Ridgemont, Ohio, residents now double-check their locks before bed, wondering what might be hidden behind their walls and whether someone might be watching as they sleep. Columbus Dispatch, October 14, 2023. Police confirm human remains found in a wooded area 40 miles outside Ridgemont are not those of missing nurse Emma Caldwell. The Caldwell investigation remains active. Anyone with information is urged to contact the Ridgemont Police Department tip line. Crime 6. She thought it was the pipes until the crying turned into whispering. She called a plumber. He unscrewed the drain cover and pulled out a small, rusted charm bracelet tangled in hair. One of the charms had her initials. Rachel Winters had always been the quiet type. As a child, she preferred the company of books to people, something that never really changed as she grew older. In the small town of Oak Ridge, Connecticut, where she'd lived her entire life, she was known as the soft-spoken librarian who kept to herself. At 34, she had settled into a comfortable, if somewhat solitary routine: work at the local library, evening walks by the river, and weekends spent restoring the aging Victorian house she had inherited from her grandmother. The house on Willow Street had stood for nearly a century. Its weathered exterior belied the meticulous care Rachel had put into maintaining its interior. She'd preserved the original hardwood floors, the ornate crown moldings, and the clawfoot bathtub, the latter being her favorite feature. Each evening, she would ease into a warm bath, letting the day's stress dissolve into the lavender-scented water. It was on a Tuesday in October 2019 when she first heard it. The sound was so faint she almost believed she had imagined it, a soft, muffled crying coming from somewhere deep within the walls. Rachel sat up in the bathtub, water cascading down her arms as she strained to listen. For several minutes there was nothing but silence. Then it came again, a distant sobbing that seemed to emanate from the drain. "Just the pipes," Rachel whispered to herself, trying to dismiss the chill that had nothing to do with the cooling bath water. Old houses make strange noises. But the crying continued night after night. Sometimes it would stop for days, lulling Rachel into believing it had been her imagination all along. Then it would return, slightly louder, slightly clearer. After 2 weeks, Rachel could no longer deny the sound, nor could she ignore that it had changed. What had started as wordless sobbing had evolved into faint, indistinct whispering. On October 30th, Rachel finally called a plumber. Martin Greaves had been servicing the homes in Oak Ridge for over 20 years. His weathered face and calloused hands spoke of decades of wrestling with stubborn pipes and ancient fixtures. "Been having trouble with this old gal, huh?" Martin asked, patting the bathtub's curved edge with a strange reverence. "It's probably nothing," Rachel said, suddenly embarrassed. "Just noises." Martin nodded, unperturbed by her vague explanation. "These old houses, they've got stories to tell. Sometimes they tell 'em through the pipes. Rachel watched as Martin knelt beside the tub, his toolbox open beside him. He worked methodically, unscrewing the drain cover with practiced ease. As the metal grate came free, Martin peered into the darkness, his brow furrowing. "Well, there's your problem," he said, reaching into the drain with a pair of needle-nose pliers. "Something's caught down here." Rachel leaned forward, curiosity overcoming her apprehension. Martin's hand emerged from the drain, the pliers gripping something that glinted dully in the bathroom light. It was a small charm bracelet, tarnished and rusted, tangled in a mass of dark hair. "That's strange," Martin murmured, placing the bracelet on the edge of the tub. Both of them stared at the delicate chain and its 5 charms, a heart, a book, a key, a bird, and a small oval tag. Rachel reached out with trembling fingers, turning the tag to reveal a set of initials, RW. "Rachel Winters," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Those are my initials." Martin's expression shifted, concern replacing professional detachment. "You ever lose a bracelet like this down the drain?" Rachel shook her head. "I've never owned anything like this." After Martin left, promising to return if the noises continued, Rachel sat at her kitchen table, the bracelet laid out before her. The hair had been carefully separated from the metal links and placed in a plastic bag. Something about the discovery felt wrong, as if a boundary had been crossed between the rational world and something else entirely. That night, Detective Elias Morgan received a call from the Oak Ridge Police Department. A routine background check on Rachel Winters had revealed something unusual. She wasn't the first Rachel Winters to live in a house on Willow Street. 30 years earlier, in 1989, a 7-year-old girl with the same name had disappeared from that very home. The case had gone cold decades ago. The girl's parents, now deceased, had moved away shortly after her disappearance, unable to bear the constant reminder of their loss. The house had passed through several owners before coming into the possession of Rachel's grandmother, who had named her granddaughter after that poor little girl as a way of keeping her memory alive. Detective Morgan arrived at Rachel's door the following morning, Halloween. His tall frame and serious expression immediately put Rachel on edge. "Ms. Winters, I'm Detective Morgan. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the item you found yesterday." Rachel led him to the kitchen where the bracelet still lay. "The plumber reported it," she said, suddenly understanding Martin's unease before he left. "I don't see what the problem is, it's just junk." "Not exactly," Morgan replied, carefully picking up the plastic bag containing the hair. "We believe this may be connected to a cold case, a missing person." Over the next hour, Rachel learned about her namesake, the little girl who had vanished without a trace while her parents were hosting a dinner party downstairs. How the last person to see her had been the babysitter, a teenage neighbor who reported checking on her at 8:15 p.m. and finding her asleep. By 9:30 p.m., when her mother went to kiss her goodnight, the bed was empty. The house had been searched from top to bottom, no sign of forced entry, no evidence of an abduction. "The case went nowhere," Morgan explained. "The parents were devastated but eventually cleared. The babysitter's story checked out. It was as if the girl had simply vanished." Rachel felt a knot form in her stomach. "And now what? You think finding this bracelet means something?" "I think it means we need to take a closer look at your plumbing system," Morgan said with grim certainty. The next day, as children across Oak Ridge prepared their Halloween costumes, a team of forensic specialists descended on Rachel's house. They removed sections of pipe from beneath the bathtub, extracting decades of accumulated debris. By afternoon, they had found more than just hair and soap scum. Tiny bone fragments, later identified as belonging to a child's hand, emerged from the darkened pipes. Further investigation revealed a hidden space beneath the bathroom floor, accessible only through a small panel in the basement ceiling, a panel that had been painted over countless times, effectively hiding it from casual observation. Inside this space, they found the partial remains of a child, wrapped in a blanket embroidered with butterflies. The case reopened with a vengeance. Old interviews were reviewed, surviving witnesses re-interviewed. The babysitter, now a middle-aged woman named Diane Mercer, still lived in Oak Ridge, working as a real estate agent. She maintained her original statement, though her eyes darted nervously when questioned about that night. "I checked on her at 8:15. She was asleep, that's all I know." The breakthrough came not from forensic evidence, but from a chance discovery in the attic of Rachel's house. While removing insulation to check for additional hidden spaces, a worker found a small diary wedged between the rafters. The faded pink cover bore the name Diane in childish handwriting. Its pages revealed the disturbing truth. Diane, then 15, had developed an obsession with her neighbor's perfect life, their beautiful home, their successful careers, their angelic daughter who shared her middle name. The entries grew increasingly bizarre, detailing how Diane believed she was meant to be part of their family, how the little girl should have been her sister, how sometimes she pretended to be her. The final entry, dated the day of the disappearance, contained just one line: "If I can't have her, no one will." When confronted with her diary, Diane Mercer broke down. She confessed that she had suffocated Rachel while the girl slept, then panicked. Unable to move the body out of the house with the parents and dinner guests downstairs, she had hidden it in the crawl space she had discovered while exploring the house weeks earlier. She had kept the charm bracelet, a birthday gift from the girl's parents, as a keepsake. For Rachel, the resolution brought little comfort. The crying had stopped, but the knowledge that she had been bathing above a child's remains for years, a child whose name she carried, haunted her. She put the house up for sale, but found no buyers. Who would want a home with such a grisly history? In time, Rachel moved away from Oak Ridge, leaving behind the house and its terrible secrets. But sometimes in her dreams she still hears it, the soft crying that turns to whispers calling her name which was never truly hers to begin with. And somewhere in Connecticut, the house on Willow Street stands empty, its rooms silent except for the occasional sound of water moving through old pipes, a sound that to some ears might resemble a child's distant sobs. Note, this is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental. Crime 7, she picked it up from a curb. It looked clean. But when she moved it into the light, she saw them, dozens of names carved into the wooden base, all first names, except one. That one matched her full legal name, middle initial included. The apartment on Laurel Street wasn't much, but it was all Vanessa R. Mitchell could afford after the divorce. The one-bedroom walk-up in Millfield, Ohio, sat above a convenience store that kept irregular hours. The previous tenant had left in a hurry, according to the landlord, who seemed eager to fill the space without asking too many questions. Vanessa had spent her last dollars on the security deposit. After the movers had dropped off her few remaining possessions, a bed, a dresser, some kitchenware, the emptiness of the small living room became oppressive. She needed furniture but had exhausted her budget. That's when she saw it, a well-maintained, mid-century couch sitting by the curb 3 blocks away with a handwritten "free" sign taped to one cushion. The upholstery was a muted olive green, clean and without visible stains. Vanessa couldn't believe her luck. With the help of a neighbor, she managed to carry it up to her apartment before the evening rain began. "Somebody's looking out for you," her neighbor had said before leaving. "Furniture like that doesn't end up on the curb these days." Under the harsh fluorescent kitchen light where they had temporarily placed it, Vanessa noticed the couch's wooden base had unusual markings. Crouching down to examine them, her breath caught in her throat. Dozens of names were meticulously carved into the wood: Lisa, Thomas, Megan, Brian, Jennifer, Kevin. They continued around the base, some deeper than others, some in different handwriting styles. But then near the back corner, partially hidden by shadow, Vanessa R. Mitchell. Her full legal name, not the shortened Vanessa Mitchell she used professionally, but the complete version with her rarely used middle initial. Vanessa convinced herself it was a bizarre coincidence. Perhaps there was another Vanessa R. Mitchell somewhere in town. It wasn't impossible. Still, as she pushed the couch against the wall in her living room, a cold uneasiness settled over her. That night she slept fitfully, waking several times thinking she heard movement in the living room. Each time she found nothing but shadows and the unmoving silhouette of the couch. Detective Samuel Reeves had seen his share of unusual cases in his 18 years with the Millfield Police Department, but nothing quite like the calls that began coming in around 3 years ago. The pattern was always the same. A single person, usually someone who had recently moved to town or experienced a significant life change, would report finding their name carved into a piece of furniture they had acquired secondhand. Then, approximately 3 months later, they would go missing, leaving behind mysteriously immaculate apartments as if they had simply dissolved into thin air. 7 people had disappeared so far. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, and no connection between the victims other than the furniture and the carvings. Each piece was different: a bookshelf, a coffee table, a nightstand, a dresser, and now, apparently, a couch. "The couch has resurfaced," Detective Reeves told his partner, Detective Maria Alvarez, sliding a photograph across the desk. "A woman named Karen from the Sunset apartment complex on Franklin called it in this morning. Said she saw her neighbors carrying it upstairs yesterday." "Did you get an address?" Alvarez asked, studying the photo of the olive green couch. "Laurel Street above the Mini Mart. Landlord gave me a name, Vanessa Mitchell." Alvarez typed the name into their database. No priors, no record. Divorce finalized 3 months ago. Previous address in Columbus. "Let's pay Ms. Mitchell a visit," Reeves said, reaching for his jacket, "before she becomes victim number 8. When the detectives knocked on her door 5 days after finding the couch, Vanessa had just finished calling in sick to work. The sleepless nights had taken their toll. She kept dreaming of the names, voices whispering them in sequence, ending with her own. Each morning she found herself on the couch, with no memory of having moved from her bed. "Ms. Mitchell," Detective Reeves held up his badge. "I'm Detective Reeves. This is Detective Alvarez, Millfield PD. We'd like to ask you about a recent acquisition." Vanessa's gaze darted to the couch behind her, and Reeves noticed the nervous gesture. "May we come in?" Alvarez asked gently. Inside, the detectives examined the couch, while Vanessa clutched a mug of tea with trembling hands. "You found this on the curb?" Reeves asked, crouching to examine the carvings with a pen light. 5 days ago on Maple Drive. Vanessa's voice was thin. My name is there, my full legal name. How is that possible? The detectives exchanged a look that made Vanessa's stomach tighten. Ms. Mitchell, have you noticed anything unusual since bringing this couch home? Alvarez asked, taking a seat at the kitchen table. Vanessa hesitated. I've been having nightmares, and I wake up on the couch, even though I'm certain I fell asleep in my bed. Reeves straightened up. I think you should come down to the station with us. There are some things you need to know. At the station, they showed her photographs of the 7 missing persons and the furniture pieces each had acquired before their disappearances. Vanessa recognized the pattern immediately. There was a woman before me, Reeves explained, pointing to a photo of a smiling blonde woman. Heather James found a nightstand by the dumpster behind her apartment building. Her name was carved into it. 3 months later, we found her apartment empty except for that nightstand. No signs of struggle, no evidence anyone else had been there, just gone. And you think Vanessa couldn't finish the sentence? We don't know what to think, Alvarez admitted, but we'd like your permission to remove the couch for testing. Vanessa agreed immediately. The forensics team arrived at her apartment an hour later. As they prepared to move the couch, the senior technician called Reeves over. You need to see this, he said, pointing his gloved finger at the wooden base. Where Vanessa's name had been, there was now a small check mark carved next to it, and below it a new name had appeared, Karen L. Thompson. The neighbor who reported seeing the couch, Reeves muttered, "Get this out of here now and find Thompson." Karen Thompson wasn't in her apartment. According to other residents, she had left that morning with a small suitcase, saying she was visiting family. Her car was still in the parking lot. When they processed the couch at the lab, they found no fingerprints except Vanessa's and her neighbor who had helped carry it. Under UV light, however, the wooden frame revealed traces of an unknown substance that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the light, creating tiny black voids in the illumination. The substance couldn't be identified. 3 separate labs tried and failed. Meanwhile, Vanessa stayed in a hotel under police protection. Each night she dreamed of the names. Each morning she woke drenched in sweat, certain she had been lying on that olive green couch. 2 weeks later, Detective Reeves received a call from the evidence warehouse. The couch was gone. The security cameras had malfunctioned during the night, showing only static for a 6-hour period. When the morning shift arrived, they found the storage room locked from the inside, just as they had left it, but the couch had vanished. That same morning, Vanessa Mitchell failed to answer her hotel room door for the scheduled check-in. When officers entered using the master key, they found the room immaculate. The bed was made, her few possessions were neatly arranged, and her overnight bag sat by the door. But Vanessa was gone. 3 months later, a graduate student named Michael Chen found an olive green couch sitting next to the dumpster behind his apartment building. It looked clean and well maintained, a lucky find for his sparse living room. When he moved it into his apartment and examined it under the light, he noticed the names carved into the wooden base. Dozens of them, with small check marks next to each one. The last name on the list was his own, Michael J. Chen. He told himself it was a bizarre coincidence and pushed the couch against the wall. That night he dreamed of voices whispering names in sequence, ending with his own. When he woke the next morning, he was lying on the couch with no memory of having moved from his bed. The investigation remains open. Detective Reeves still keeps the photographs of the 8 missing persons on his desk, including Vanessa Mitchell. Sometimes at night, when the office is empty, he swears he can hear whispers, voices reciting names in sequence, always adding new ones to the list. The couch has never been found, but somewhere in Millfield a piece of furniture sits by a curb, waiting for its next owner to take it home. And another name is carved into the wood, waiting to be discovered. Crime 8, the room had been cleared for years, but when she opened the door one morning, the mobile above the crib was spinning. On the floor, a pacifier that hadn't been there before. Inside the crib, a photo of her as a baby with someone else's face scratched out beside her. In the quiet town of Millersville, Pennsylvania, Rebecca Lawson had always been known as the thoughtful, reserved woman who lived in the old Victorian house on Maple Street. At 36, she had built a life for herself as a respected high school English teacher, someone who kept to herself but was always ready with a kind word for her students or neighbors. What most people in town didn't know was that Rebecca's life was shaped by a profound loss. 8 years earlier, she had been married to Daniel Lawson, a local architect with a warm smile and steady hands. They had been expecting their first child, a girl they planned to name Emma. But in Rebecca's 7th month of pregnancy, complications arose suddenly. Despite the doctor's best efforts, the baby was stillborn. Daniel had been Rebecca's rock during those dark months that followed. Together, they had painted the nursery a soft yellow, assembled the white wooden crib, and hung the delicate mobile with tiny stars and moons. And together, they had eventually packed everything away, unable to face the constant reminder of what they had lost. Their marriage didn't survive the grief. 2 years after Emma's death, Daniel moved out, leaving Rebecca alone in a house that once held so much promise. By mutual agreement, they kept the nursery door closed, the room untouched but empty, a silent memorial to what might have been. After the divorce was finalized, Daniel moved to Seattle. Rebecca stayed, unable to leave the only home she had ever shared with her daughter, however brief that time had been. As the years passed, she found solace in her teaching and in the quiet rhythms of small-town life. The nursery remained closed, a room she passed by every day but never entered. Until that Tuesday morning in October. Rebecca had woken early, startled by a sound she couldn't quite place, perhaps a dream fading as consciousness returned. She went through her morning routine with the precision that had become her comfort: shower, coffee, toast with jam. It was as she was heading back upstairs to dress for work that something made her pause outside the nursery door. Later, she would tell Detective Marcus Holt that she couldn't explain what compelled her to open that door after 6 years of walking past it. Perhaps it was the unusual chill in the air that morning, or the way the floorboards had creaked differently under her feet. Whatever the reason, Rebecca turned the knob and pushed open the door to the room that had remained untouched for so long. The room should have been empty except for the crib and the small dresser they couldn't bring themselves to remove. The walls should have been bare, the windows covered with the same faded curtains that had hung there for years. Instead, the mobile above the crib was spinning gently, as if someone had just set it in motion. On the hardwood floor lay a pacifier, pink and new-looking, not one of the ones they had purchased all those years ago. And inside the crib, placed carefully on the bare mattress, was a photograph Rebecca recognized immediately, herself as an infant, cradled in her mother's arms. But where her father's face should have been, there was only a jagged hole, as if someone had methodically scratched out his image. Rebecca's first thought was that Daniel had returned, that grief had finally broken something essential in him. But when she called him, hands shaking as she held the phone. He was clearly at work in Seattle, his voice shifting from surprised to concerned as she described what she had found. "Lock the doors, Beck," he told her, using the nickname he hadn't spoken in years. "Call the police. I'm booking a flight home." Detective Marcus Holt arrived within 30 minutes of Rebecca's call. A tall man with prematurely gray hair and kind eyes, he had lived in Millersville his entire life and remembered the Lawsons' tragedy. He listened carefully as Rebecca explained the history of the room, the years it had been locked, the impossibility of what she had found. "Who else has keys to your house, Miss Lawson?" Holt asked, jotting notes in a small leather-bound notebook. "No one," Rebecca answered, then hesitated. "Well, Daniel still has his set, I suppose, but he's in Seattle, has been for years." Detective Holt nodded, taking photographs of the room, the spinning mobile, the pacifier, and the defaced photograph. He collected the items as evidence, placing them carefully in separate bags, while Rebecca stood in the doorway, arms wrapped tightly around herself. "The locks don't appear to be forced," Holt noted, examining the windows and door. "Do you have an alarm system?" Rebecca shook her head. Never seemed necessary in Millersville. As promised, Daniel arrived the following day. Despite the years of separation, Rebecca felt a surge of relief at seeing his familiar face. They sat in the kitchen, two people bound by grief, trying to make sense of something that defied explanation. "I want to see the room," Daniel said finally, and Rebecca led him upstairs. The nursery was empty now, the crib bare, the evidence removed. But Daniel froze in the doorway, his face draining of color. "What is it?" Rebecca asked, alarmed by his expression. "The paint," he whispered. "It's different." Rebecca looked at the walls, the same soft yellow they had chosen together years ago. But as Daniel moved into the room and ran his hand along the wall, she saw what he meant. The yellow was a shade brighter, fresher. Someone had repainted the room, so carefully matching the original color that she hadn't noticed. Detective Holt brought in forensic technicians who confirmed Daniel's observation. The room had been repainted within the last month. They also found microscopic traces of fingerprints on the mobile and the photograph frame, but they didn't match Rebecca, Daniel, or anyone in the police database. As the investigation continued, other unsettling details emerged. 3 months earlier, a customer at the hardware store remembered selling yellow paint to a woman who said she was fixing up a nursery for a friend. The description matched no one Rebecca knew. Then came the revelation that shook Rebecca to her core. The photograph, the one with her father's face scratched out, wasn't from her own childhood album. Her albums were intact, safely stored in the attic. This was a duplicate, but slightly different. The angle was wrong, as if someone had photographed the original photograph from a slight distance. Someone had been in her home before. Someone had access to her most personal possessions. Someone knew about Emma. 2 weeks into the investigation, another discovery. A hidden camera, small as a button, embedded in the nursery ceiling. It had been transmitting to an unknown receiver for at least 6 months. "Someone's been watching you," Detective Holt told Rebecca gently. "We need to consider the possibility that this is more than a random break-in." Rebecca and Daniel moved into a hotel while the police swept the entire house, finding 2 more cameras, one in the kitchen, one in Rebecca's bedroom. The investigation expanded, looking into Rebecca's past, her students, her neighbors, anyone who might have developed an unhealthy fixation on her or her loss. It was Daniel who finally made the connection. "Your father," he said one evening as they sat in the hotel room, surrounded by case files Holt had shared with them. The face scratched out in the photo, it was your father's. Rebecca's relationship with her father had been complicated. Thomas Mercer had abandoned the family when Rebecca was 5, disappearing without explanation. Her mother had never spoken of him again, and Rebecca had grown up with only the faintest memories of a tall man with a booming laugh. "But he's been gone for 30 years, Rebecca protested. He wouldn't even know about Emma, about any of this. Yet something in Daniel's suggestion resonated, opening a door in Rebecca's mind she had kept firmly closed. She remembered, suddenly, the letter that had arrived 3 years ago, no return address, just her name written in an unfamiliar hand. She had thrown it away unopened, assuming it was junk mail. Detective Holt tracked Thomas Mercer to a small apartment in Pittsburgh, just 4 hours away. Records showed he had been released from prison 5 years earlier, after serving 20 years for aggravated assault and stalking, charges involving a woman he had become obsessed with after their brief relationship ended. When the police arrived at Mercer's apartment, they found walls covered with photographs of Rebecca teaching her class, walking to her car, standing in her kitchen. There were detailed notes about her daily routines, copies of her students' essays she had graded, receipts from restaurants she had visited. And in a small room, set up as a perfect replica of the nursery in Rebecca's house, they found dozens of dolls, each one carefully dressed and positioned. On the wall hung a family tree, meticulously drawn, with Rebecca's name connected to Thomas's, and below that a child's name, Emma. Thomas Mercer was taken into custody, but he refused to speak to anyone except Rebecca. Against the advice of Detective Holt and Daniel, she agreed to meet him, separated by a table in an interview room at the Millersville Police Department. "I wanted to know her," Thomas said, his eyes, so similar to Rebecca's own, never leaving her face. "My granddaughter, you never told me about her." "How could I?" Rebecca asked, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. "You left when I was 5. You were a stranger." Thomas leaned forward, his expression earnest. "I've been watching over you, protecting you. I fixed up the nursery because I knew you couldn't do it yourself. Too painful." He smiled, a gentle expression that chilled Rebecca to the bone. Emma deserved better than to be forgotten. "She was never born," Rebecca whispered. Thomas's smile didn't falter. "She's waiting for us, for her family to be together." Thomas Mercer was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and violation of his parole. Psychological evaluation revealed a man whose grip on reality had slowly deteriorated during his years in prison, creating an elaborate fantasy about the daughter who had rejected him and the granddaughter he would never know. Rebecca sold the house on Maple Street. She couldn't bear to return to it, knowing that every corner had been invaded, every private moment observed. Daniel stayed in Millersville for 3 months, helping her find a new place, supporting her through the trial and Thomas's eventual commitment to a psychiatric facility. Before he returned to Seattle, they visited Emma's grave together for the first time in years. Rebecca placed a small stuffed bear against the headstone, and Daniel laid a single white rose beside it. "I think about what she would have looked like," Rebecca said softly, "whether she would have had your eyes or mine." Daniel nodded, taking her hand in his. "I think about that too." As they walked back to the car, Rebecca glanced over her shoulder at the small grave. For a moment she thought she saw a figure standing beside it, a tall man watching them go. but when she blinked, there was nothing there but shadows and stones. Thomas Mercer died in custody 6 months later. Among his possessions, they found a journal, its pages filled with conversations between him and Emma, conversations that had never happened, could never happen. In his mind, she had been as real as Rebecca herself. Rebecca still teaches at Millersville High School. Sometimes she catches herself looking over her shoulder, checking for cameras in the corners of rooms, examining photographs for signs of tampering. Daniel calls her every Sunday, a connection neither of them seems willing to break again. And though her new house has no nursery, sometimes at night in the moments before sleep claims her, Rebecca thinks she hears the faint, musical tinkling of a mobile spinning gently above an empty crib. Crime 9, the safe was found behind a painting in the hallway. It had no dial, no handle, just a thin slit. Inside, a velvet pouch filled with teeth, baby teeth, all labeled by name. One name was hers. She'd never told anyone what happened to the last one. Natalie Fisher had grown up in the quiet town of Millfield, Connecticut, a place where even the local police station closed before midnight. A town where people still left their doors unlocked some evenings. Natalie had moved away at 18, determined never to return to the sleepy community that felt more like a cage than a home. But 23 years later, on a crisp October morning in 2023, she found herself standing in the foyer of her childhood home. Her mother, Eleanor Fisher, had passed away 3 weeks earlier after a short battle with pancreatic cancer. The illness had been sudden, aggressive, leaving little time for reconciliations or proper goodbyes. Natalie had come alone to clean out the house before putting it on the market. Her husband had offered to accompany her, but she insisted this was something she needed to do by herself. The truth was, she didn't want him to see how little of herself remained in this place. No photographs on the mantel, no mention of her achievements in her mother's journals, not even the slightest trace that Eleanor Fisher had raised a daughter here for 18 years. The house smelled of lemon furniture polish and the faint mustiness of closed rooms. Eleanor had always been fastidious, every surface gleaming, every item in its designated place. Even in her final weeks, she had insisted on keeping up appearances, hiring a cleaning service when she became too weak to do it herself. Natalie worked methodically, room by room, sorting items into boxes labeled donate, sell, and keep. The keep box remained nearly empty. By the third day, she had reached the upstairs hallway with its series of landscape paintings that Eleanor had collected over the years: placid lakes, snow-covered mountains, fields of wildflowers. Natalie had always thought them unremarkable, mass-produced pieces chosen to match the color of the walls rather than for any artistic merit. She was removing a painting of a misty forest scene when she noticed a rectangular outline in the wall where the paint appeared slightly newer. Running her fingers along the edge, she felt a seam. With gentle pressure, the panel swung inward, revealing a small compartment. There was no traditional safe mechanism, just a flat metal surface with a thin horizontal slit near the top. It looked almost like a mail slot. Natalie stared at it, puzzled. She'd lived in this house for nearly 2 decades and never known of its existence. Using her phone's flashlight, she peered inside. A small, dark blue velvet pouch sat on the metal floor of the compartment. When she reached in to retrieve it, the pouch felt heavier than expected, the contents shifting with a light clicking sound. Natalie carried the pouch to her mother's bedroom and sat on the edge of the meticulously made bed. The drawstring opened easily. She tipped the contents onto the cream-colored duvet. 27 small teeth tumbled out, baby teeth to be exact. Each one was attached to a tiny paper label with a name written in her mother's precise handwriting. Natalie sifted through them with growing unease. Michael Dawson, Emma Wilkins, Trevor Stanley, Lily Chen. She recognized some of the names from her childhood kids from the neighborhood, classmates from elementary school. Then she found it, a molar with a small, distinctive chip on one side. The label read, Natalie Fisher, age 7. Natalie stared at the tooth, a cold sensation spreading through her chest. She remembered losing that tooth, her last baby tooth, during a rare argument with her mother. Eleanor had been preparing dinner, chopping carrots with mechanical precision, when 7-year-old Natalie had announced she'd been invited to a sleepover at Bethany Miller's house. "You can't go," Eleanor had said without looking up. "The Millers don't supervise properly." "But Mom," Natalie had protested, "everyone's going. Bethany invited the whole class." "I said no, Natalie." The knife had continued its rhythmic motion against the cutting board. Natalie, in a rare moment of defiance, had stomped her foot. "It's not fair. You never let me do anything fun." Eleanor had looked up then, her eyes unnervingly calm. "Go to your room." "I hate you," Natalie had shouted, and in her anger, she'd grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl and bitten into it hard. She felt something crack in her mouth. Her loose molar had finally given way. She remembered spitting the tooth into her palm, blood mingling with saliva. Eleanor had silently handed her a tissue, then held out her hand for the tooth. "The tooth fairy will come tonight," her mother had said, voice devoid of emotion. But now, 16 years later, Natalie stared at that same tooth. It had never gone to any fairy. It had been labeled and stored away in this hidden compartment, along with the teeth of other children from Millfield. Natalie's mind raced. Why would her mother collect children's teeth, and not just her own daughters, but those of other children in the neighborhood? The questions multiplied as she examined the other teeth more carefully. Some appeared to have been professionally cleaned, while others still showed traces of what might have been blood in the crevices. That night Natalie couldn't sleep. The teeth sat in their pouch on the nightstand beside her. She had tried calling her childhood friend Lauren, who still lived in Millfield, but the call went to voicemail. At 3 a.m., she found herself scrolling through social media, looking up the names from the labels. Michael Dawson had moved to Boston, according to his profile. Emma Wilkins appeared in photos with her husband and 3 children. Trevor Stanley had become a dentist, ironically enough. They had all grown up, moved on, lived seemingly normal lives. All except one. Lily Chen's name yielded no results, no matter how Natalie searched. It was as if she had disappeared from the digital world entirely. The next morning, Natalie drove to the local library. The librarian, Mrs. Hendricks, had worked there since Natalie was a child, her hair now fully silver instead of the salt and pepper Natalie remembered. "Natalie Fisher, how wonderful to see you. I was so sorry to hear about your mother," Mrs. Hendricks said, genuine warmth in her voice. "Thank you," Natalie replied. "I'm actually doing some research while I'm in town. Would you happen to have archives of the local newspaper?" "Of course, dear. How far back do you need to go?" "Early 2000s, I think." Mrs. Hendricks led her to a computer. "We've digitized most of our archives. Just type in what you're looking for." Natalie waited until Mrs. Hendricks walked away before typing Lily Chen Millfield into the search box. The computer hummed softly as it processed the request. 3 results appeared. Natalie clicked on the first, a small article from September 2001. Local girl missing, police seek information. The article was brief. Lily Chen, age 8, had disappeared while walking home from Millfield Elementary School on September 18, 2001. She had last been seen leaving the school grounds around 3:15 p.m. The article quoted Police Chief Robert Martinez saying they were pursuing all leads and asked anyone with information to come forward. Natalie clicked on the second article, dated October 5, 2001. Search for missing girl continues. Community holds vigil. The photograph showed a crowd holding candles in the town square. Natalie searched the faces in the grainy image and found her mother standing at the edge of the crowd, her expression unreadable. The third article from December 2001 reported that the case remained open, but active leads had dwindled. Lily Chen had never been found. Natalie stared at the screen, her heartbeat loud in her ears. She had been 7 years old when Lily disappeared, the same age as the tooth labeled with her name in her mother's hidden collection. She didn't remember much about Lily's disappearance. September 2001 had been a chaotic time, with the national tragedy overshadowing local news. But now, fragments of memories surfaced, teachers speaking in hushed tones, parents suddenly insisting on driving their children to school, police officers showing up at their classroom asking gentle questions. Natalie printed the articles and drove back to her mother's house, her mind churning with questions. As she pulled into the driveway, she noticed a car parked across the street. Lauren had received her message after all. Lauren Phelps and E. Wilson had aged well. Her blonde hair was shorter now, styled in a practical bob, but her smile was the same as when they were teenagers. I came as soon as I got your voicemail, Lauren said, hugging Natalie. It sounded urgent. Inside, Natalie showed Lauren the teeth and the articles about Lily Chen. Lauren's face paled as she examined them. This is disturbing. Why would your mother have all these teeth? I don't know, Natalie admitted, but look at the dates. My tooth, the last one I lost it, was right around when Lily disappeared. Lauren frowned. You think there's a connection? I don't know what to think, but my mother was strange, controlling. She had rules about everything. I wasn't allowed to have friends over, wasn't allowed to go to certain houses. Natalie paused, a realization dawning, including the Chens. She said they were not our kind of people. Natalie, Lauren hesitated. There were always rumors about your mom, how she knew everything that happened in the neighborhood, how she had eyes everywhere. Kids used to say she was watching us. What are you saying? Nothing specific, just she was odd, and she worked as a dental assistant for years, right? At Dr. Harmon's office, she would have had access to children's dental records. Natalie nodded slowly, but that doesn't explain Lily Chen. They spent the afternoon going through the house more carefully, searching for anything that might explain the collection of teeth or provide information about Lily. In Aliner's precisely organized home office, they found a locked desk drawer. The key was hidden in an envelope taped to the underside of the desk, exactly where Natalie would have hidden something from her mother as a teenager. Inside the drawer was a small leather-bound journal. The journal contained lists of names, dates, and notations that made little sense at first. Michael D. Crowding, upper lateral incisors, and Emma W. delayed eruption, central incisor. Aliner had apparently been tracking the dental development of children in the neighborhood. The entry for Lily Chen was more detailed. Lily C. distinctive cuspid formation, genetic anomaly consistent with maternal line, requires further study. The final entry about Lily, dated September 18, 2001, contained only 5 words: specimen acquired, study to commence. Natalie closed the journal, her hands shaking. Lauren, I think my mother was collecting specimens, not just keeping baby teeth that came out naturally. Well, you don't think she? I don't know what to think anymore. They debated going to the police but hesitated. What evidence did they really have? A collection of baby teeth that could have been gathered innocently, cryptic notes that could be explained away as professional interest from a dental assistant. That night after Lauren left, Natalie dreamed of her mother standing over her bed, silhouetted against the nightlight, reaching toward her mouth with something silver gleaming in her hand. She woke gasping, dawn light filtering through the curtains. Making a decision, she called the Millfield Police Department and asked to speak to someone about the Lily Chen case. Detective Marcus Powell arrived that afternoon. He was younger than Natalie had expected, probably in his mid-30s, with the patient demeanor of someone who had seen too much too soon. Natalie showed him everything: the teeth, the journal, the articles. His expression remained neutral, but she noticed his posture stiffen as he examined the evidence. Ms. Fisher, I have to ask, why did you bring this to our attention now? I only found these things this week. I've been clearing out my mother's house after her death. Detective Powell nodded. The Lily Chen case has never been closed. It's what we call a cold case, but it remains active. Every few years, someone reviews the file, follows up on any new leads. And have there been any? Natalie asked. None substantial. He carefully placed the tooth labeled with Lily's name into an evidence bag. We'll need to take this for DNA testing, and I'd like your permission to examine the rest of the house. Natalie agreed, feeling both relief and dread. As Detective Powell and his team methodically worked through the house, she sat on the porch steps, trying to reconcile the mother she knew with the person who might have been involved in a child's disappearance. 3 days later, Detective Powell returned. His expression was grave. We found something, he said, in the basement behind a false wall similar to the one that concealed the tooth collection. There was a small room, carefully sealed and soundproofed. Natalie felt her world tilting. What was in it? Nothing now, but we found traces of DNA that matched samples taken from Lily Chen's hairbrush back in 2001. He paused, and we found this. He handed her a photograph protected in a clear evidence sleeve. It showed a young Asian girl sitting in what appeared to be a sterile examination room. She was smiling uncertainly at the camera, a gap visible where one of her front teeth should have been. On the back, in Alina Fisher's handwriting, Lily Day 1. There will be an investigation, Detective Powell said quietly, but given what we've found so far and your mother's recent passing, we may never know the full truth. Natalie nodded numbly. What happens now? We'll contact the Chen family. They moved away years ago, but they deserve to know that we might finally have some answers about their daughter. After Detective Powell left, Natalie walked through her childhood home one last time. The house that had always felt cold and sterile now seemed sinister, hiding secrets in its walls. She thought about her mother, the woman who had raised her with rigid rules and emotional distance. Had there been signs she'd missed, or had Alina Fisher simply been skilled at compartmentalizing her life, keeping her daughter separate from her darker pursuits? Natalie would never know for certain what had happened to Lily Chen, whether her mother had acted alone or had accomplices, whether there had been other victims whose names weren't among the teeth in the velvet pouch. The investigation would continue, but some questions would likely remain unanswered. As she locked the door for the final time, Natalie touched her tongue to the spot where her chipped molar had once been the tooth her mother had kept hidden for over 20 years. She thought about the safe with no lock, designed not to keep things in but to receive them, like offerings or confessions. She wondered how many secrets remained buried in Millfield, and how many others, like her, had grown up never suspecting the darkness that lived behind closed doors in their quiet, unassuming town. Story 10. The old box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, a relic left behind by the house's previous occupants. Among the faded Polaroids of ordinary family moments, one photo stood out to Rebecca. It captured a family in her living room, their smiles frozen in time. Yet they were not her family, and a figure lurked in the background, a silent observer in the shadows. As Rebecca descended the creaking stairs, a sense of unease settled over her. The familiarity of her home now felt oppressive, the walls closing in around her. Placing the mysterious photo on her kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh light, recognizing the uncanny resemblance to her own surroundings, yet knowing these faces were strangers to her. Detective Morgan arrived, his weathered appearance hinting at the weight of his past investigations. With a keen eye, he examined the photo, probing for clues in the silence that enveloped the room. Delving into the history of the house's previous owners, a pattern emerged: a series of families vanishing without a trace after exactly 1 year of residency. The trail led back to Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect linked to the house's construction. Despite reports of his demise, evidence pointed to his involvement in the disappearances. Beneath the house's concrete floor, a chilling discovery awaited: the preserved remains of all the missing families, each captured in photographs that echoed the one found in the attic. As Rebecca sought refuge under police protection, a haunting realization dawned. The journal in the hidden crawlspace detailed Whitfield's disturbing observations, his sinister plans unfolding with each new resident. A phone call in the dead of night, the mechanical click of a camera, evidence that the sinister presence still lingered, watching from the shadows. The investigation into the enigmatic figure continued, shrouded in uncertainty. The house stood silent, its secrets buried within its walls. Samuel Whitfield's fate remained a mystery, leaving investigators to wonder if he had truly met his end or simply moved on to another unsuspecting home, where new families would unknowingly become his subjects. In the darkness, unseen eyes watched, capturing moments in time that would never be forgotten. Those who dared to uncover the truth found themselves entangled in a web of mystery, where the line between reality and nightmare blurred, a chilling reminder that some secrets are meant to remain hidden, their whispers echoing through the empty rooms of a house that held onto its dark past. Story 11. The mystery arrived in a simple cardboard box, devoid of any traceable information, sitting innocently on Sarah Miller's porch. The morning dew had left its mark, a subtle dampness clinging to the package. It was not intended for her. The name on it did not match hers, yet curiosity whispered to her, urging her to uncover its secrets. Ignoring the rational voice that told her to leave it be, Sarah succumbed to the pull of the unknown and broke the seal. Within the box lay a relic of the past, a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing the cryptic instruction, "Watch alone." Sarah hesitated, feeling the weight of the black plastic cassette in her hands, a weight that seemed to transcend the physical realm. hinting at hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. Her fingers traced the edges of the tape, sensing the history imprinted on its worn surface. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, as if the sender's message carried a burden too heavy to bear alone. As Sarah stood in her kitchen, the familiar sounds of suburban life drifted in through the open window, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower. Unbeknownst to the outside world, a silent enigma had entered her home. Placing the package on the counter, Sarah pondered the unfamiliar name Daniel Whitaker. It held no significance in her life, a mere stranger's identity that had found its way to her door. The tape beckoned to her, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Against her instincts, she inserted the cassette into her old VCR, the static on the screen gradually giving way to a dimly lit room, a lone figure seated in the shadows. The man on the screen identified himself as Daniel Whitaker, his voice steady yet tinged with an underlying urgency. His words painted a tale of innocence shrouded in suspicion, of a crime he claimed he did not commit. The room around him revealed a life in disarray, a transient existence marked by fear and uncertainty. As the truth unfolded through Whitaker's confession, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit and betrayal. The tapes, each bearing the same desperate play, hinted at a sinister plot aimed at framing an innocent man for a heinous crime. The investigation took a startling turn as Ramirez delved deeper into the life of the victim, Catherine Walsh, uncovering a trail of corruption and conspiracy within a powerful pharmaceutical corporation. Walsh's pursuit of justice had led to her untimely demise, her efforts to expose the truth met with a tragic end. Sarah Miller received a second package, this time filled with damning evidence that vindicated Whitaker's claims. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, revealing a network of lies designed to protect the guilty and condemn the innocent. With each tape, with each revelation, the truth emerged from the shadows, shedding light on a dark conspiracy that had remained hidden from view. Whitaker's journey from suspect to victim to vindicated hero was a testament to the perseverance of those who refused to accept a manufactured reality. In the end, justice prevailed, not through grand gestures or dramatic arrests, but through the quiet determination of those who dared to challenge the facade of deception. The tapes, once symbols of mystery and intrigue, now stood as testaments to the power of truth in a world clouded by lies. As Sarah and Whitaker stood face to face, their lives forever intertwined by a twist of fate, they understood the significance of their meeting. The wrong address had led to the right person, a beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. And so the VHS tapes, once carriers of enigma and uncertainty, now rested in the hands of justice, their contents a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths arrive in the most unexpected of packages, waiting for those brave enough to unravel their mysteries. Story 12. As she crossed the threshold into the abandoned house, a delicate dance of dust motes swirled in the stagnant air around her. The years of neglect were evident in the peeling walls and the furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like a journey frozen in time, a solitary figure exploring a world suspended in a mysterious stillness save for one peculiar detail: the doors. No matter which one she chose, they all led her back to the same room, the parlor with its faded elegance and eerie charm. A labyrinth of passageways that defied logic, trapping her in a loop of endless returns. The only escape seemed to be retracing her steps, yet when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished, leaving her stranded in this enigmatic realm. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form elevated the abandoned Victorian from a mere curiosity to a grim crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing with a quiet intensity as forensic specialists moved through the dim interior like spectral figures. What had once been whispered about in hushed tones among the locals, a house where compasses lost their way, and shadows seemed to whisper, now harbored secrets darker than any urban legend could conjure. The medical examiner's soft-spoken words revealed that Morgan had passed roughly 3 days prior, her demise attributed to a haunting silence that stole her breath away. Seated in a time-worn chair in the parlor, Morgan appeared almost peaceful, as if awaiting a long-lost visitor, her hands folded with a serene grace in her lap. No struggles, no signs of conflict marred the scene, only a profound stillness that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. Lind inquired about the one who had stumbled upon this macabre tableau, her partner recounting how a real estate agent, showing the property to potential buyers, had mistaken Morgan for a trespasser until a closer look revealed the chilling truth. The house had stood empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a somber monument to unresolved family disputes and forgotten legacies. At 26, Morgan Pierce was a scholar devoted to unraveling the mysteries of architectural anomalies, drawn to spaces that challenged the boundaries of conventional design. Her absence had been noted by a diligent roommate who shared how Morgan had spoken of her visits to the house where wanderers lose their way in pursuit of her research. Delving deeper into Morgan's final days, Lind uncovered a series of journal entries chronicling her encounters with strange acoustics, chilling drafts, and doors that defied expectation by leading to different destinations with each opening. The missing equipment she had intended to use to document these peculiar phenomena remained a haunting absence, a silent witness to her unfinished exploration. The autopsy revealed a puzzling detail, a trace of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance linked to esoteric rituals known to distort perception and conjure vivid visions, yet in quantities too meager to ensure a fatal outcome. Her loved ones attested to her meticulous nature, denying any inclination towards reckless experimentation. Deleted messages recovered from her digital trails unveiled cryptic exchanges with a kindred spirit who shared her fascination with the enigmatic house, alluding to hidden truths and forgotten whispers that echoed through its walls. The house, it seemed, held memories that transcended time, yearning to be acknowledged by those who dared to listen. The trail led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history who had engaged in a profound dialogue with Morgan, their mutual curiosity blossoming into a bond that transcended mere academia. Reeves spoke of the house's reputation, its deceptive design intended to disorient and confound. Yet his alibi placed him far from the scene of Morgan's demise, his grief genuine as he grappled with the loss of a kindred spirit. A revelation from across oceans breathed life into the shadows of the past, as Eleanor Blackwood's grandson unveiled a legacy of tragedy veiled in secrecy. Generations of the Blackwood family had met their end in that very parlor, their passing marked by an eerie tranquility that belied a sinister force at play. Hidden within the depths of the house, a compartment concealed a trove of artifacts from diverse cultures, arranged with a precision that hinted at a ritualistic purpose. At its heart lay a weathered figurine, a deity of liminal spaces, a guardian of thresholds between worlds. The echoes of ages past resonated in the patterns etched upon its surface, a silent testament to powers beyond mortal comprehension. Dust patterns reveal the presence of an unseen visitor on the night of Morgan's departure, their identity shrouded in mystery, their intentions veiled in shadow. In a tragic turn, Adam Reeves joined Morgan in the realm of the departed, his departure mirroring hers with a chilling symmetry. Clutching a key that unlocked the hidden chamber, he left behind a cryptic message, a testament to the house's beguiling allure. The investigation lingered in the realm of uncertainty, an enigma that defied resolution, shrouded in whispers of unseen hands and lingering shadows. The house stood condemned, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and memory. Yet whispers persisted of lights flickering in the darkness and figures glimpsed in the corners of weary eyes. Some believed that the house claimed those who delved too deeply into its mysteries, ensnaring them in a web of forgotten truths and untold legacies. Others whispered of a realm that existed beyond the confines of ordinary perception, where the boundaries between reality and illusion blurred into obscurity. The truth remained elusive, a phantom that danced on the edge of comprehension, beckoning the curious to venture into the unknown. And so the house stood silent, its doors leading nowhere and everywhere, a testament to the enduring enigma of a place where time stood still and mysteries whispered on the wind. Story 13. The gentle current whispered secrets as it flowed that tranquil morning, the water reflecting the stillness of the world above. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the peculiar sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like a forgotten relic, perhaps discarded by careless hands. Yet as he drew closer, a noxious odor crept into his senses, thick, heavy, and undeniable. The case was bound in chains, its once sharp edges softened by time and exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, the contents within shattered any semblance of normalcy. Instead of garments, they found remnants of a life lost, a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a final, desperate grasp, and nestled at the bottom, a cryptic note hauntingly declared, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the eerie scene, her steps measured as she took in the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks now matted by the river's touch, lay silently on the shore. The meticulous work of the medical examiner painted a portrait of tragedy, each detail catalogued with precision before the body was tenderly carried away. But what struck Mercer amidst the blankness was not the manner of disposal, but the peculiar care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in luxurious attire. "She was not meant for this place," Mercer murmured, her gaze following the rhythmic dance of the water against the muddy bank. "She was arranged, adorned." The woman was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her prowess in selling prestigious properties. Divorced, childless, she lived a solitary existence in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of a driven, meticulous individual, fiercely private in her endeavors. Her abrupt disappearance, noted when she failed to attend a crucial showing for affluent clients, sent ripples of concern through her circle. She would never miss such an opportunity, her assistant insisted, her voice tinged with worry. That sale meant everything to her. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously kept abode, a sense of unease lingered in the air. Every corner exuded an air of calculated perfection, designer furnishings meticulously arranged, surfaces devoid of even a whisper of dust. The refrigerator housed neatly arranged meals, labeled and organized by the passing days. Her wardrobe stood as a testament to order, clothing sorted by color, shoes nestled in protective coverings. Yet a singular anomaly in her otherwise impeccable sanctuary caught the eye: a slightly ajar drawer in her home office. Within, a leather-bound journal lay in silent repose. The final entry whispered of unseen shadows, of a lurking presence. He watches once more, the same vehicle, different plates. A digital excavation of Walsh's online existence unveiled a chilling narrative, numerous messages from unknown sources, each bearing the same unsettling phrase, "I see your perfection." Sent at identical times on different days, these missives painted a sinister picture. Her browsing history, a mosaic of fear and vigilance, revealed searches for security systems, self-defense tools. Mercer's mind wove a fragile thread, connecting the dots from the crime scene to the digital breadcrumbs. "Our perpetrator is no mere brute," she confided to her partner. "This is a choreographed dance, a macabre ritual." The break in the case emerged unexpectedly, a glimmer of light in the encroaching darkness. A local pawnshop owner recognized a distinctive emerald necklace missing from Walsh's possessions. The man who had relinquished it, a regular by the name of Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, was soon under the watchful eye of the law. Surveillance footage unveiled a tapestry of intrusion, Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's domain, his presence a shadow in her meticulously curated world. A search of his modest dwelling unearthed a chilling gallery photographs of Walsh and other women, each bearing a striking resemblance, each captured in moments of vulnerability. Some faces were marred by a cruel stroke of red. Walsh stood as the third muse in his twisted collection. Behind a deceptive facade in Linden's closet lay a shrine of horrors. Personal effects of each victim were reverently displayed: a lock of hair, a tissue stained with lipstick, fragments of a life stolen. Each item meticulously catalogued alongside a journal detailing intimate details of their existence, their quirks and routines laid bare. The interrogation room turned frigid as Linden, his veneer of calm unbroken, faced the weight of his deeds. "They were flawed," he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "They paraded in false perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine, she left her desk in disarray. Her lipstick always a smudge, her perfection was a lie." The search for the missing pieces of Linden's macabre puzzle led investigators to desolate realms, where 2 additional cases were unearthed. Within them lay echoes of Walsh, of lives extinguished in the name of a twisted ideal. Real estate agents, each a mirror to the other, each claiming to embody the essence of meticulousness. As Linden faced the scales of justice, his demeanor unyielding, a tale of horror unfolded in the courtroom. Months of meticulous stalking, of intrusion into lives veiled in false perfection, culminated in acts of unspeakable violence. The families of the fallen watched in silence as the gavel fell, sealing Linden's fate with a sentence of eternal captivity. For Detective Mercer, the final chapter of the saga closed with Linden's conviction, yet shadows lingered in the periphery. What drove him to such unspeakable acts of violence? What fractured mirror within his soul sought solace in the destruction of perceived flawlessness? The river, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy, continued its meandering course downstream, carrying away the remnants of a shattered existence. In the precinct on Mercer's desk lay the chilling remnants of Linden's obsession, a stark reminder that behind masks of normalcy, darkness lurks, poised to strike. In the quiet of the night, as the world slumbers, the most sinister of predators may be those cloaked in the guise of ordinariness, waiting for the slightest crack in the facade to reveal their true nature. Story 14, the worn envelope aged with time, bore the mark of a fresh stamp, its ink still vibrant from being sent just days before. With meticulous care, the detective unfolded it, revealing a single sheet of paper, its message hastily typed in an uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, a lingering scent of iron clinging to its fibers. It was only upon closer inspection that the detective noticed a reddish smear along the paper's edge, a chilling indication that it wasn't just ink staining the page. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers ensuring no trace was overlooked. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions the reddish stain was indeed human blood, a match to DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had long troubled the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her life taken by multiple stab wounds. The crime scene suggested a connection to a story she was investigating, as her laptop was missing and her notes scattered. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had remained unsolved until this mysterious letter arrived at the police department, simply addressed to Homicide Division. The faint fingerprints left on the paper and envelope hinted that the sender had taken precautions, likely wearing gloves. The postmark, however, provided a valuable light after months of stagnation. As Detective Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room adorned with haunting crime scene photos and fruitless suspect profiles, she affixed the image of the letter at the heart of the investigation board. "This changes everything," she intoned, the weight of the moment palpable in the air. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner since the case's inception, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps they aim to deceive us to play with our perceptions," he suggested, his voice tinged with skepticism. The unique typewriter impression patterns led the forensics team to a model long out of production, a relic from a bygone era. While rare, it was not impossible to track down. The investigators began scouring antique shops and collections across the region, hoping for a breakthrough. Delving deeper into Rebecca's life, they uncovered her relentless pursuit of truth and justice, particularly in exposing corruption. Her last assignment, delving into a wealthy family embroiled in local politics, shed light on potential motives. The family dynamics, fraught with inheritance disputes and accusations, offered a fertile ground for investigation. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed subtle shifts in his demeanor since the letter's arrival. His admission of Rebecca's fears of being followed added another layer of intrigue to the case. A subsequent letter, bearing the same typewritten message soaked in blood, hinted at a chilling narrative of secrets and betrayal. The trail led the detectives to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where suspicions fell on the eldest son, Richard, and his collection of vintage typewriters. An unexpected twist emerged when microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked to custom stationery owned by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Her revelation of Richard's request to borrow her stationery triggered a search warrant that uncovered a hidden room in Richard's residence, a chamber of incriminating evidence. The unraveling of financial transactions between Richard and Michael shed light on a sinister plot to silence Rebecca permanently. Michael's confession, fueled by fear and regret, painted a damning picture of deceit and manipulation. Eleanor's clandestine recording captured the damning conversation that sealed Richard's fate, leading to his apprehension as he attempted to flee. Despite Richard's vehement denials during the trial, the weight of evidence, from the blood-stained letters to the incriminating typewriter, left no room for doubt. The jury's swift verdict of guilt marked the end of a harrowing chapter, bringing a semblance of closure to Rebecca's grieving parents. The blood-stained letters remained a haunting reminder in evidence storage, a testament to the enduring power of conscience and the inexorable unraveling of even the most meticulously planned crimes. The legacy of Rebecca Warren's case endured as a cautionary tale, showcasing that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in high-tech gadgets, but in the echoes of guilt that reverberate through the shadows of the past. Story 15, the Polaroid lay nestled among the other aging photographs, a relic of a distant birthday celebration. Faces frozen in smiles, candles casting their gentle flicker, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But as the daughter sifted through the box of memories passed down to her, her eyes caught something unsettling. A figure lurking in the background of every picture, just beyond the circle of light. A man cloaked in shadows who did not belong to the family gatherings captured in those snapshots. No one could recall his presence, yet there he was, inching closer in each photo. Sarah Winters stumbled upon this haunting collection while clearing out her late mother's attic. A dusty cardboard box simply marked memories, harboring a trove of moments from bygone days. What should have been a bittersweet discovery turned into the doorway to a chilling enigma. In the initial image, he was a mere outline at the edge of the frame during her childhood birthday party. The mysterious figure loomed near the glass door, features obscured, a silent observer. In the subsequent photo, he had ventured inside. By the third snapshot, he stood ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by the joyous faces in the foreground. With trembling hands, Sarah phoned her father, the tremor in her voice betraying her unease. "Dad, who is this man haunting our family photos?" A heavy silence followed, then a sharp inhale. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone there except us." Her father's voice quivered. Desperate for answers, she captured digital images of the Polaroids and dispatched them to him. His urgent call back revealed a rare vulnerability. "This can't be real. We would have noticed a stranger among us." Detective Marcus Reed sat across from Sarah in his dimly lit office, rain painting patterns on the windows, enhancing the air of mystery. Methodically, he examined each photo she spread before him, his experienced gaze narrowing. "No one recognized this man?" he inquired, his tone a blend of curiosity and skepticism. "Absolutely no one," Sarah affirmed. As she arranged the images in chronological order, a gradual realization dawned on the detective. The shadowy figure's progression through the frames was deliberate, a silent advance towards the children, culminating in the final picture where he loomed directly behind a young Sarah. "Photographer, perhaps," Reed suggested, though doubt tinged his words. "My mother took all these. She set the timer and joined the group," Sarah countered. "Copies were made, a case file opened." The detective diligently tracked down every surviving guest from the party. None could recall the mysterious man. No hired help, no unexpected visitors. The remote countryside setting offered seclusion, yet the uninvited presence lingered, evading recognition in every shot, as if aware of the camera's lens. His posture bespoke intentionality, a calculated game of concealment. The investigation might have reached a dead end had Sarah not unearthed additional photos from different occasions, different years, all featuring the same enigmatic figure lurking in the background, unnoticed amidst the revelry. A tech expert enhanced the images, unveiling hidden details under the harsh glare of digital scrutiny. A scar on the wrist, a unique ring, a partial reflection hinting at obscured facial features. The breakthrough came courtesy of dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who vanished after being linked to multiple unsolved child abductions in the region. Cases that had gone cold long ago, coinciding with the dates of those family gatherings. Keller had access to the rental property where Sarah's birthday had taken place, holding master keys to several similar locations. Properties that had been the backdrop for vanished children, families left in perpetual anguish. Excavations beneath Keller's former home yielded chilling artifacts: a hair clip belonging to a missing girl, a toy car from a vanished boy, and a bracelet recognized by Sarah as her childhood possession. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the damning photos, Sarah received a call from the detective informing her of the grim discovery of remains near one of the rental sites. DNA confirmed the identity, a long-lost child. Gazing at the final birthday picture, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, Sarah beheld her family frozen in time, unaware of the sinister figure lingering behind her younger self, a silent sentinel of darkness. The web of unsolved mysteries spanning decades had unraveled, offering closure to grieving families, albeit through harrowing revelations. The shadow within the family album had finally been exposed to the light of justice, his malevolent presence acknowledged after years of veiled obscurity. Gathering the incriminating photos, Sarah returned them to their box, now transformed into irrefutable evidence. A stark reminder that sometimes the most insidious threats lurk in plain sight within captured moments, concealed entities that drift through celebrations unnoticed, leaving only faint traces of their sinister passage through time's frozen tableau. Story 16, as she cleared the mist from the mirror, her gaze fixed upon her reflection. Yet a subtle disquiet lingered in the air. Her features appeared normal, her attire unchanged. But the longer she peered, the more a sense of unease crept over her. A flicker at the edge of her vision, a movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. This was the moment that launched the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding a mystery that would bewilder investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, she lived a life of solitude, yet maintained amicable relations with her neighbors. Working as a data analyst for a medium-sized firm, her days were dictated by routine and precision. There was nothing about her that hinted at her future role as the focal point of one of the most bewildering criminal puzzles of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Trifling objects in her home seemed subtly rearranged, no items missing, just shifted. A cup relocated to a different shelf, books rearranged on the shelf, her toothbrush out of place by the sink. Initially attributing these occurrences to absent-mindedness induced by long hours of work under harsh fluorescent lights, Rebecca dismissed them. Detective Marion Shaw first heard of the disturbances when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of such anomalies, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial assessment pointed to a mental health concern rather than criminal activity. Shaw duly noted the complaint but deemed it a non-urgent case among the heap of other reports. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later recalled. No signs of forced entry, no missing objects, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease in her own abode. However, everything changed with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent contact with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt perpetually observed even in solitude. This time she had proof, footage from a security camera she had installed aimed at her front door. The recording unveiled a sight that sent a shiver down even the most seasoned officers' spines. The grainy video depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed 20 minutes later by an individual identical to her, using a key to enter her residence. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for any signs of manipulation or alteration, but found none. The intruder moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, even carried her distinctive leather bag. Yet, according to the time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building on the other side of town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints found throughout the apartment matched only Rebecca's. No foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca going about her daily routines as usual. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, recounted a peculiar encounter with Rebecca returning home one evening where she received no response, a behavior she found atypical but not alarming. Rebecca began documenting the disturbances in a journal. Inexplicable changes in her residence multiplied. Food vanished from her fridge that she had no recollection of buying. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't conducted. Most unsettling were the photographs on her phone, selfies resembling her, yet she had no memory of taking them. In some, her expression seemed subtly askew, her smile too wide or her gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is trying to make me believe so." A breakthrough emerged when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only entered when Rebecca left for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone is deeply familiar with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't by chance, it's a calculated form of surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist proposed a theory of fixation, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, possibly aiming to supplant her entirely. While rare, such cases were documented in psychological literature. Typically, the perpetrator had undergone a psychological rupture and fixated on a victim who embodied qualities they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus of the investigation honed in on Lily Winters, a former colleague mentioned by Rebecca. Lily had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior, having worked closely with Rebecca and often remarking on their similarities. Following her dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of unsettling emails, one of which read, "We could be the same person. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's abode. What they uncovered altered the case from unsettling to chilling. One room in Lily's apartment had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were adorned with hundreds of photos of Rebecca entering her home, shopping, socializing, all captured without her knowledge. A closet housed exact replicas of Rebecca's wardrobe. Makeup matching Rebecca's preferred brand sat on a vanity alongside meticulous notes detailing her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily rituals. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was apparent. Initial attempts were clumsy and overt, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," whispered Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was erasing me." Forensic specialists unearthed sophisticated tools for forging keys and replicating electronic access cards in Lily's possession. She had maintained an intricate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with precise forecasts of her schedule. However, Lily's ultimate objective remained elusive. Journals found in her residence contained rambling entries that oscillated between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent a chill down the investigators' spines. "Soon only one of us will remain. The stronger version shall prevail." Upon moving to apprehend Lily, authorities discovered she had vanished. Her apartment bore signs of hasty departure, drawers left ajar, some technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was relocated to a secure location under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every location linked to her former life was monitored by the authorities. Yet Lily never materialized. The case took a disconcerting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's previous workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being on leave, Rebecca had been sighted entering the building. Surveillance footage confirmed it an individual identical to Rebecca had entered using a valid ID card, proceeded to her previous desk, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained secluded in a guarded, safe house. The implications were stark. Lily hadn't fled, she had seized her moment. She now inhabited Rebecca's life, assuming her identity while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne never returned to her former existence, opting to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, two women strikingly similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Occasionally she scrutinizes their features, seeking the disparities, the nuances that set them apart. The most chilling aspect Shaw imparts to novice detectives is not that someone could resemble you or sound like you. It's the desire to become you so fervently that they obliterate themselves in the process. Identity isn't merely what we exhibit to the world, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And sometimes the true worth of it dawns upon us only when someone endeavors to steal it. Story 17. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its creaking heating system and rattling pipes creating a familiar background symphony. To her, it was just the usual soundtrack of an old building settling in for the night. But one evening, as she lay in bed, a faint yet distinct voice drifted through the vents, catching her attention. It wasn't the typical noise of a neighbor chatting on the phone, it was a whisper, calling out her name. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the vent. A chilling breath of air brushed past her cheek, followed by a soft, almost playful voice, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself in the heart of the empty apartment, a sense of unease lingering in the air. Her sharp eyes focused on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team meticulously combed through the scene, capturing every detail with their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a strange odor led to the discovery of her remains within the ventilation system. Officer Patel shared unsettling details with Shaw, mentioning Alina's reports of hearing voices through the vents, which had been dismissed by the building management as mere quirks of an old building. Kneeling by the vent, Shaw observed the deep scratches around its edges, evidence of a desperate attempt to break free from within. The victim, a beloved kindergarten teacher, had exhibited signs of paranoia before her disappearance, convinced that someone was watching and speaking to her through the vents. As Shaw delved deeper into the case, she uncovered chilling revelations. Fibers from Alina's clothing were found in the vent. A mysterious fingerprint not belonging to the victim was discovered inside the cover, and haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone hinted at a sinister presence lurking within the building. The history of the apartment revealed a disturbing pattern of tenants leaving abruptly, some reporting strange noises and hallucinations echoing through the walls. The investigation took a dark turn when a hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom revealed a secret maintenance passage running through the walls, providing a haunting glimpse into the perpetrator's world. Shaw's suspicions fell upon the building superintendent, Harold Weber, whose composed demeanor cracked under questioning about the previous occupants of apartment 4B. Further evidence emerged from Weber's meticulously organized files, containing recordings and personal mementos of his victims, showcasing a twisted obsession with their lives. Shaw's team uncovered a storage unit filled with artifacts from past tenants, solidifying Weber's disturbing connection to those he had watched and preyed upon. Weber's arrest shed light on a horrifying truth: the predator had been living within the walls, manipulating his victims and leading them to their demise within the labyrinth of ducts and passages. As the trial unfolded, Weber's facade of sanity crumbled, revealing a chilling belief in the building's ability to communicate through him. Despite Weber's conviction, the echoes of his deeds lingered within the vacant apartment building. New residents reported eerie sounds emanating from the vents, whispers in the walls, and inexplicable drafts carrying haunting voices. The building retained its old habits: the groaning heating system, the rattling pipes, a reminder of the dark secrets hidden within its walls, waiting to be heard by those who dared to listen. Story 18. The motel stood there, neglected and worn, a temporary refuge for weary travelers seeking a night's rest. With a peculiar gaze, the clerk handed her the key, a silent warning lingering in his eyes. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigued, she felt a tug of curiosity in her chest. That night, amidst the hushed stillness of the hallway bathed in dim light, she found herself standing before it. The doorknob chilled her hand, and as she leaned in, the door appeared no different from the rest until she listened closely. A soft, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed, weary yet determined, pushed aside the crime scene tape and entered. The metallic tang of blood greeted her, the familiarity of it sending shivers down her spine. Stains darkened the carpet, a stark contrast to the untouched bed and pristine bathroom. In the center of this macabre scene lay a young woman, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant eyes seemed to gaze past the ceiling, frozen in an eternal expression of shock or dread. Reed knelt beside her, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers scattered around. "This marks the third one this season," the forensic technician remarked clinically, his camera capturing the tragedy from every angle. "The same modus operandi as before." Reed nodded in silence. The victim's attire hinted at a life far removed from this forgotten motel. An expensive handbag lay open on the nightstand, its contents undisturbed. This was no mere robbery. A deeper motive lurked in the shadows. The hotel manager lingered anxiously at the threshold, his complexion drained of color. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during the cleaning." Reed scanned the room, noting the absence of forced entry or defensive wounds. The victim had either welcomed her assailant or already known them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board: 3 women, all sharing a resemblance, all found in rundown motels off the beaten path. Speculation swirled, whispers of a predator stalking the shadows. "The autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes relayed, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation. No DNA under the victim's nails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was a crime of intimacy, not mere predation. Days blurred into nights as the investigation delved deeper. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, led a discreet life as a financial analyst with no visible enemies. Her meticulous nature clashed with a stay in such a seedy motel. A breakthrough emerged during a conversation with Werner's sister. "She mentioned a man from work," the sister confided, hands trembling. "Someone complicated, possibly married." Reed lined in. "Did she ever mention a name?" "Only referred to him as C," came the reply. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues painted her as reserved and professional, unaware of any personal entanglements. Yet a business card tucked in her desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson exuded charm and composure, but a flicker of unease danced in his eyes during questioning. "Did you have a relationship with Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed inquired casually. A fleeting shadow crossed Emerson's features, barely perceptible, purely professional. Forensic analysis linked partial fingerprints from Werner's belongings to Emerson. Confronted, he finally cracked. "We were involved, but it was over. She threatened to expose me to my wife. Enough to end her life," Reed probed. Emerson's fade crumbled. "I never set foot in that motel." Yet evidence painted a damning picture. A corporate credit card transaction tied Emerson to the adjacent room, where a hidden camera captured his sinister deeds. Fibers from his suit matched those found on the victim, his DNA lingering on a watered glass. His home computer unveiled recordings of past victims, a disturbing pattern emerging. In the interrogation room, Emerson's veneer shattered. "They were a threat to everything I had built," he murmured. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial unfolded swiftly, a spectacle of justice in a sterile courtroom. Emerson remained stoic, devoid of remorse, sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. As he was led away, Reed caught a glimpse of something within him, a void where empathy should reside. The media dubbed it the door on the left case, a chilling tale that captivated minds and haunted dreams. For Reed, the case lingered, an enigma she couldn't shake. Sometimes, wandering down hotel corridors, she counted the doors, wondering about the secrets concealed behind them. In the evidence vault, 3 identical keys lay dormant, reminders of doors once opened, leading to horrors that could never be sealed away. Story 19. The aged apartment held its secrets, pipes that murmured, floorboards that whispered in the night. Yet the new tenant sensed a different presence, a rhythm in the silence that unsettled her. The footsteps, deliberate and hauntingly precise, echoed from above, though she resided on the highest floor. One evening she gathered her courage and tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A heavy quiet enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the peculiar knocking episode to herself, brushing it off as the settling of the old building, or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic. Despite the nightly continuation of the footsteps, she adapted, raising the volume of her television, donning headphones at night, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traversed the ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's mystery when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall to address a leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered a narrow passage unaccounted for in the building's blueprints. Illuminated by his flashlight, the passage revealed a makeshift living space, scattered food wrappers, abandoned water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. The building superintendent alerted the authorities promptly. Detective Morris, accompanied by Detective Rivera, found the maintenance worker visibly shaken, muttering, "Someone dwelt within the walls, someone watched." The notebook detailed meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her guests, her meals, her entertainment choices, even her sleeping patterns. The handwriting, once precise, deteriorated into erratic scribbles, interspersed with cryptic symbols in the margins. "The subject ignores my signals now," the final entry read. "She has chosen to disregard me. No one ignores me." Forensic experts scoured the crawlspace, uncovering fingerprints unmatched in any database. A labyrinth of hidden passages intertwined within the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades, was revealed through structural analysis. These passages linked to 5 separate units, culminating in viewing points disguised as innocuous fixtures or minor damages, all leading to Sarah Coleman's apartment. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual occurrences beyond commonplace apartment noises. Former tenants painted a different picture. 3 prior occupants of Sarah's unit recounted feelings of being surveilled or hearing unexplained sounds. One had swiftly departed after a mere fortnight. None had voiced their experiences, fearing ridicule for their perceived paranoia. The breakthrough in the case arrived with the discovery of minuscule blood spatters in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis traced the blood to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished inexplicably 4 years prior. Martin had resided directly below Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance, learning that Martin had complained about disturbances from the unit above an introverted man named Edward. Following a confrontation with Edward, Martin vanished, and Edward abruptly vacated his residence, leaving no forwarding details. A pattern emerged as investigators delved into Edward's history. He had resided in 6 distinct buildings over 2 decades, consistently opting for top-floor accommodations, maintaining minimal social interactions before disappearing without a trace. A neighbor from Edward's 3rd residence recalled him as brooding and frequently lamenting the necessity of silence. Property records unveiled Edward's ownership of secluded rural land. Upon investigation, a cabin emerged, adorned with photographs and notes. Images of apartment residents, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, adorned the walls. Detailed schematics of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities, alongside journals documenting specimen observations and habitat maintenance, peppered the space. A corkboard exhibited newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 in total, all former residents of buildings Edward had inhabited. Beneath the board, the floor bore deep gouges, suggesting repeated dragging. Outside the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth, revealing human remains. As forensic experts commenced the grim task of identification, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents reported sporadic noises. During security system installation, maintenance workers stumbled upon a second notebook concealed where the hallway wall met the ceiling, a notebook newer than the first. The initial page bore a solitary sentence: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The handwriting mirrored that of the former notebook. The final page displayed a rough sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, with a crimson marking indicating a new passage and a date for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her apartment deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, the television hummed softly, the shower running. In the bathroom, a message materialized on the fogged mirror, etched by a finger: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The pursuit of Edward alias Edward Mercer, a former construction worker skilled in renovations, persists. His comprehension of building structures facilitated the creation of his covert network of passages and observation points. Thermal scans of Sarah's building revealed no present occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains absent, her case linked to vanishing acts across multiple states. Authorities have issued alerts to apartment managers regarding unauthorized alterations and concealed spaces. What haunts Detective Morris most isn't the graves or the journals or even the snapshots of unsuspecting residents, it's the image of Sarah, listening to those footsteps overhead in an apartment devoid of an upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that ceased when she rapped on the ceiling, and then responded with a knock. Occasionally, in the solitude of his own home, Detective Morris gazes upward, listening, waiting, pondering who else might be listening in return. Story 20: The Attic Discovery. She never enjoyed venturing up to the attic, but the relentless storm had forced her hand. The leak in the roof demanded attention. As she ascended into the dimly lit space, a wave of reluctance washed over her. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in layers of dust and intricate cobwebs that seemed to whisper forgotten tales. Amidst the shadows, nestled in the farthest corner, stood an ancient dollhouse. Its delicate features were eerily detailed, with miniature furniture meticulously arranged within its tiny rooms. However, as her gaze fell upon the miniature occupants, her unease deepened. These were not mere dolls, but intricately hand-carved replicas of her family members. Each tiny figure was positioned with eerie precision, mirroring the exact arrangement of her family members downstairs. Yet one unsettling detail stood out: her own miniature counterpart was not seated like the rest. Instead, it stood near the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Rebecca Morgan tentatively reached out, her finger tracing the roof of the dollhouse where her tiny likeness stood. A shiver ran down her spine, unrelated to the chill that permeated the attic. The dollhouse did not belong here. This was not her childhood home, but a temporary abode her family had recently occupied. The discovery prompted a frantic call to law enforcement, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Detective Sarah Harmon led the investigation, initially dismissing the family's distress as a mere prank or figment of their imaginations. However, the intricate detail of the dollhouse and the unnerving presence of surveillance cameras hidden within the miniature figures soon revealed a disturbing reality. Forensic analysis uncovered a hidden entrance to a basement living space beneath the house, where evidence of a long-term intruder was found. The absence of forced entry confounded investigators, leading them to delve into the history of the property. What they uncovered was a tale of tragedy and obsession. Digital forensics traced the surveillance data to a small apartment across town, belonging to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His obsession with the property, fueled by mounting debts and a desire for control, had led him to create a twisted surveillance system using dollhouses to monitor unsuspecting tenants. As the truth unraveled, Wells revealed his delusional motivations, claiming a sense of ownership over the property and its inhabitants. His chilling words echoed his fixation on control and surveillance, turning real lives into mere playthings in his elaborate game. The case sent shockwaves through the community, prompting a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws and privacy protections for tenants. Wells faced a litany of charges, his actions deemed a gross violation of privacy and security. For the Morgan family, the ordeal left scars that would never fully heal. Rebecca's haunting realization lingered long after they had fled the house, forever changed by the knowledge that they had been unwitting pawns in a disturbed man's game. As the chapter closed on this harrowing saga, criminologists pondered the depths of Wells' deception and the eerie question that lingered in Rebecca's mind: could there be more dollhouses, more lives under surveillance, waiting to be discovered in the shadows? Story 21. In a quaint Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein found more than just charming woodwork and high ceilings. A simple water stain in the master bedroom led them down a path of mystery and intrigue, peeling away layers of the past that whispered secrets long forgotten. As they uncovered the hidden layers beneath the peeling wallpaper, they stumbled upon a name Alina Winters scrawled in ink, repeated endlessly across the wall in a frantic, uneven script. This discovery sent shivers down their spines, stirring a curiosity that soon transformed into an all-consuming obsession. Researching online revealed a haunting connection: the missing persons case of Alina Winters, a young woman who vanished without a trace decades ago. Strangely, the woman who had sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish, bore a striking resemblance to the missing Alina. The investigation took a chilling turn when they discovered hidden compartments beneath the floorboards, revealing a series of identification cards bearing different names but the same face: Alina's face, Margaret's face, and more. The lines between reality and illusion blurred as they delved deeper into the dark web of deception woven within the walls of their home. Forensic analysis unearthed a tangled web of identities and a shocking revelation: Rebecca Eldridge, a psychiatric patient with dissociative identity disorder, had assumed Alina's persona after her disappearance. The walls bore witness to Rebecca's fractured mind, each stroke of the pen a desperate plea for recognition and redemption. Excavations in the backyard unearthed the long-lost remains of Alina Winters, bringing closure to a decades-old mystery. Rebecca, masquerading as Margaret Cavendish, was apprehended, her elaborate charade crumbling in the face of irrefutable evidence. The names on the wall, once a haunting enigma, now stood as a testament to a tragic tale of obsession and betrayal. Michael and Sarah's dream home had become a haunting echo of the past, forever etched in the annals of true crime lore as the house where the walls whispered of murder and madness. As the sun set on their once idyllic home, a sense of peace descended, the weight of the past finally lifted. And as they drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle whispers of the wind, they knew that amidst the shadows of the past, a new chapter had begun, one filled with hope and healing, far from the dark secrets that once lurked within the walls. Story 22. In the quiet of the night, a pocket dial sparked an eerie chain of events. Initially dismissed as mere static and muffled noises, it soon captured the attention of the operator when a voice broke through the chaos. A woman's urgent whisper pierced the air: "He's here." And then a chilling silence enveloped the line. The mysterious call originated from an empty house, standing desolate and untouched for years. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances to be found. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, amidst layers of dust, rested a phone on the counter, its screen ominously aglow. The call had been placed mere moments ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself entranced by the playback of the call, repeatedly pressing the button, hoping for clarity. The whispered words lingered in her mind, filled with desperation, fear, and an unsettling impossibility. The abandoned property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had vacated the premises following a devastating house fire that ravaged a portion of the estate. Since then, the house remained uninhabited, visited only by a caretaker sporadically, who attested to no unauthorized entry. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired, turning to her partner, Detective Walsh. The revelation that the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the family, sent shivers down their spines. Catherine had passed away in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. As Morgan gazed at the phone enclosed in an evidence bag, the enigma deepened. A phone once owned by a departed soul, making calls from a place frozen in time. The scene at the counter suggested the phone had materialized there, disturbing only the dust beneath it. The forensic team's exhaustive search yielded little results. No identifiable fingerprints on the device, no trace of a recent visitor. The doors remained locked, the windows sealed shut. The heart of their investigation revolved around those 11 haunting seconds of static, breaths intermingled with 5 haunting words. Voice analysis confirmed a chilling truth: the voice matched that of Catherine Sullivan with a staggering 98% certainty. The timestamp of the call coincided with the exact moment of Catherine's passing, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's past, interviewing those who had known her. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely puzzled. Her mother, residing in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the recording, recognizing her daughter's voice laden with fear. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former boyfriend, had an airtight alibi for the night of the call, verified by witnesses and security footage. The pieces of the puzzle refused to align, defying logic and reason. Just as the investigation seemed at an impasse, a pivotal discovery emerged. Catherine's mother contacted Morgan, trembling with urgency. In Catherine's belongings, a journal was unearthed. Its pages chronicled a tumultuous relationship with Mark, evolving from affection to control, isolation, and ultimately dread. The final entry bore a haunting message, hinting at impending danger and a veiled threat. Confronted with the journal's contents, Mark's facade crumbled under scrutiny. His denial wavered as questions probed deeper into his involvement. The discrepancies in his account of events raised suspicions. Despite his protests of innocence, the pieces of the puzzle began to align. The buried phone, unearthed near the crash site, bore deleted messages that painted a harrowing picture of Catherine's final moments, a sinister pursuit, a forced collision. Revisiting the evidence from Catherine's tragic demise, the truth unraveled. The injuries she sustained were not solely from the crash. They bore marks of a struggle, of a violent confrontation. Mark's meticulously crafted facade began to crumble as the dark truth emerged. A shrine dedicated to Catherine, a twisted game of deception, and a trail of deceit led to his inevitable downfall. As the law closed in on Mark, he attempted no resistance, his words a chilling admission of guilt. In a chilling confession, he revealed his disturbing motive to silence Catherine's voice, even in death, to evade accountability. The trial that ensued was swift, the verdict unanimous. Justice prevailed not through spectral intervention, but through the resolute voice of a victim, echoing from beyond the grave. The phone, once a conduit for deception, now sits dormant in the confines of the evidence locker. A phantom reminder of a tale that transcends the realms of the living, a testament to the resilience of silenced voices. In the quietude of the night, some claim to hear its phantom ring, a haunting echo of a soul that refused to be silenced. Catherine's story endures not as a ghostly whisper, but as a beacon of hope that even in the darkest of shadows, truth will find its way to light. Story 23. The ancient library had faced its fate of demolition. Workers toiled tirelessly, nearing the end of their task when, amidst the dust and debris, a laborer stumbled upon a concealed latch hidden within a bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire shelving unit swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway leading to a secret chamber. The air within was heavy, stagnant, as if time had frozen within those walls for decades. No furnishings adorned the room, only a solitary chair placed in the center, firmly bolted to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message lingered, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly radioed for the authorities. What had commenced as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into something far more ominous. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, stepped into the room, his flashlight piercing the darkness, casting an eerie glow upon the unsettling words that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until the forensics team arrives." The history of the building added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been bequeathed to the public following the unexplained vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. Her disappearance during her final year of college had left behind no clues except for her abandoned vehicle discovered near the woods. Despite extensive searches and inquiries, the case had grown cold, with speculations ranging from a voluntary escape to something more sinister. The Harringtons steadfastly clung to the belief that darker forces were at play. As the forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed strands of hair and fibers embedded within the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells were detected amidst the scratches on the wall, hinting at a tumultuous struggle. Initial analysis suggested the biological remnants belonged to a young female. "This chair was meant for confinement," the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still affixed to the arms. The occupant put up a fierce fight. Walsh mobilized a team to delve into the Harrington family's past. The timing of the library's donation gnawed at him, a generous act that coincided closely with Rebecca's disappearance, a curious correlation that now loomed ominously. Further inquiries uncovered a troubling revelation. The contractor responsible for the bookshelf's installation had exclusively worked for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records unveiled exorbitant payments to this contractor, far surpassing standard renovation expenses. Former library staff expressed shock at the revelation, none having been privy to the hidden chamber. However, an elderly librarian recollected Maxwell spending prolonged hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he sought solace for his avid reading habits. Maxwell insisted that part of the library remain untouched during renovations, she recounted to the investigators. He deemed the original woodwork as historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation took a chilling turn when DNA tests confirmed the genetic material in the hidden room matched samples obtained from Rebecca's hairbrush found in her old bedroom. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly aligning, and the picture that emerged was harrowing. Rebecca had not fled voluntarily. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own family. Securing a warrant, the detectives combed through the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, a leather-bound journal concealed in a secret compartment unveiled a disturbing narrative spanning several months, chronicling an unsettling fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. She threatened exposure. "I could not allow that. The chamber will confine her until she comprehends." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's faade crumbled. She was a threat to everything, he finally confessed, his voice devoid of emotion. "Rebecca stumbled upon financial records proving my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was my priority. I could not let her tarnish it." The truth unraveled in all its horror. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and locked her away in the concealed chamber. His intention was to keep her confined until she agreed to silence, but fate took a dark turn. During a confrontation, Rebecca had attempted to break free, leading to a fatal outcome. "I panicked," Maxwell revealed in his recorded admission. "I buried her beneath the room's floor and sealed it shut." Donating the library ensured that part would remain undisturbed. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the hidden room's flooring. Excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet her parents had gifted her on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family witnessed Maxwell's sentencing, a solemn moment of closure. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, a tangible link to the past they could finally lay to rest. The demolition of the library ground to a halt, transforming the site into a place of remembrance and contemplation. Locals left floral tributes at the entrance, honoring a life unjustly cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be unmasked. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's enduring message, "I am still here," etched in desperation on the walls, ensured that her memory would endure and that justice, though delayed, would ultimately prevail. Story 24, Uncovering Secrets in the Shadows. Renovations always have a way of unraveling the mysteries hidden within the walls of old homes. As Sarah and Michael delved into restoring their Victorian-era house, they stumbled upon a peculiar find beneath the floorboards. Nestled carefully was a weathered letter, its edges frayed and its ink faded with time. The cryptic message etched on the paper sent shivers down their spines. "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could grasp the gravity of the situation, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending a chill down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator, arrived at the scene with her partner, unraveling the enigma piece by piece. The couple's faces mirrored genuine fear as they recounted the unsettling events that had unfolded. Sarah and Michael, innocently drawn to the house's ornate charm and rich history, never fathomed the darkness lurking beneath its surface. The history of the property, once owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, held more secrets than met the eye. The mysterious note, dated 2 decades prior, hinted at a tale of fear and desperation. As Detective Reed delved deeper into the past, she uncovered a web of deceit and tragedy surrounding the Hargrove family. Franklin, a respected teacher turned recluse, had succumbed to paranoia in his final years, haunted by a shadowy figure known only as the Collector. Margaret, his wife, bore the burden of his debts and the sinister presence that lurked at their door. Through meticulous investigation and harrowing revelations, the truth began to surface. Franklin's dealings with the enigmatic Victor Mercer, a lone shark entangled in illegal gambling, had led to a fateful confrontation that ended in bloodshed. The house, once a sanctuary, became a silent witness to a crime of passion and fear. Margaret's diary entries, unearthed from the attic's shadows, painted a picture of a woman haunted by the past, tormented by the echoes of 3 ominous knocks that plagued her solitude. The secrets buried beneath the floorboards were a testament to the price paid for silence and loyalty. The discovery of Mercer's remains, concealed beneath the house's foundation, brought closure to a chapter of darkness that had long haunted the halls. Justice, though delayed, had been served, offering a semblance of peace to those touched by the tragedy. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, made the choice to part ways with the property, leaving it abandoned and steeped in whispers of the past. Local legends spoke of ghostly echoes that reverberated through the empty halls, a reminder of the secrets that lay buried within. As Detective Reed closed the case, she pondered the lingering mysteries that defied resolution. Some secrets, she mused, were destined to remain shrouded in shadow, their whispers echoing through the corridors of time. The note, preserved in evidence storage, bore a haunting message: "Don't trust the one who knocked." In the stillness of the night, as the old house stood silent and brooding, the echoes of 3 distinct knocks lingered in the air, a spectral reminder of the untold stories that lay hidden in the shadows. And so, the tale of Sarah, Michael, and the enigmatic Hargrove house faded into the realm of whispered legends, a mystery never fully unraveled. Story 25, The Enigmatic Calf. The calf had been his sanctuary for as long as anyone could remember, his presence as constant as the morning sun, yet as mysterious as the depths of the ocean. Each day, without fail, he would occupy the same corner table, enveloped in solitude and shrouded in silence. The barista recognized his face, a familiar visitor in a sea of fleeting customers, but his name remained a whispered enigma, a secret locked away in the recesses of his being. Then one fateful day, he failed to materialize within the comforting embrace of the cafe's walls. Concern rippled through the regulars like a gentle breeze, a subtle shift in the usual rhythm of life. When the authorities delved into his customary spot, a forgotten wallet was the only trace he had left behind. Within its confines lay a driver's license bearing a vacant space where a name should have resided, a haunting void that mirrored the absence of his identity. Detective Sarah Mercer, with her keen eyes and unyielding determination, delved into the unsettling mystery that surrounded the enigmatic figure now dubbed John Doe in the annals of the case. The surveillance footage captured his mundane entrance, his customary order of black coffee devoid of sweetness, and his retreat to the secluded table adorned with verdant foliage. His actions seemed mundane, unremarkable, yet the inexplicable vanishing act shattered the illusion of normalcy. As Mercer pored over the footage, a disquieting realization washed over her, a revelation that transcended the boundaries of logic and veered into the realm of the inexplicable. John Doe, the elusive figure, had simply dissolved into the ether, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment and unanswered questions. The wallet, a vessel of secrets, divulged no tangible clues to unravel the enigma. A blank canvas where personal details should have thrived, a testament to his elusive nature. The credit cards bore no names, a cryptic numerical sequence leading to dead ends. A receipt, a handful of cash, and a solitary business card bearing a cryptic phone number painted an enigmatic portrait of the man who existed on the periphery of reality. The barista's recollections offered scant morsels of insight, a soft-spoken figure with a penchant for solitude, a man of few words and enigmatic charm. His presence in the cafe was a solitary dance, a silent symphony that resonated with the whispers of the unknown. The notebook, a repository of cryptic symbols and enigmatic codes, stood as a testament to his inscrutable nature. Cryptographers toiled in vain, attempting to decipher the esoteric language that adorned its pages. Architectural sketches of ethereal buildings, structures that defied conventional existence, graced its worn pages, a testament to a mind teetering on the precipice of the extraordinary. As Mercer delved deeper into the enigma, anomalies surfaced, shrouded in the cloak of the inexplicable. The surveillance footage, a tapestry of mundane moments, harbored a subtle distortion, a fleeting flicker that hinted at unseen forces at play. The cafe, a nexus of intersecting realities, held the key to a puzzle that defied the constraints of time and space. A mirror, an ancient artifact steeped in mystique, emerged as a focal point in the unfolding drama. Adorned with cryptic symbols reminiscent of those that adorned John's notebook, it beckoned Mercer into a realm where mirrors served as gateways and reality wavered like a flickering flame. The revelation came in the form of a voice from the past, a former physicist bearing secrets of quantum mirrors and parallel realities. Daniel Weston, the man who existed on the cusp of existence, a brilliant mind lost to the annals of time, re-emerged from the shadows of obscurity. The cafe, a convergence point of disparate realities, stood as a testament to Weston's grand experiment, a stage where the boundaries between worlds blurred and the veil of normalcy was rent asunder. Mercer, a mere mortal caught in the cosmic dance of fate, stood at the precipice of a revelation that defied comprehension. As the investigation spiraled into the realm of the extraordinary, manifestations of the uncanny gripped the cafe in tendrils of otherworldly intrigue. Reflections danced of their own volition, specters of a reality beyond the mundane realm of existence. And in the final act of the enigmatic drama, Mercer beheld a truth that transcended the bounds of rationality. John Doe, Daniel Weston, a duality of existence, gazed upon his own reflection in the shattered remnants of the mirror, a poignant reminder of the fragile nature of reality. The calf, a bastion of enigma, succumbed to the tides of time, its secrets buried beneath the rubble of forgotten dreams. Daniel Weston, a specter of the past, dissolved into the mists of obscurity, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unfulfilled destinies. Detective Mercer, haunted by the echoes of a mystery unsolved, retreated into the shadows of introspection, her gaze fixed upon a notebook that mirrored Weston's own. The fragments of the mirror, a shattered testament to a reality rent asunder, whispered of truths best left undisturbed. And as the night descended upon the city, casting its veil of silence upon the world, the enigmatic tale of the man who existed on the edge of reality faded into the tapestry of forgotten lore, a whisper carried by the winds of time to lands unknown. Story 26. In the hush of the night, a mysterious package arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Within it lay a single brass key, weathered by time and secrecy. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah Miller, found herself holding this key that felt both foreign and strangely familiar in her grasp. With a sense of intrigue, she tried the key in every lock she possessed, but each one remained unmoved by its touch. It belonged to no door she knew. Setting the key down gently on her coffee table, a haunting sound filled the air. The old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime, its gears stirring despite having been silent for years. Sarah's unease grew as she pondered the significance of this peculiar occurrence. After reporting the strange incident to the authorities, what began as an oddity soon unfurled into a web of darkness, casting a shadow over the once serene suburban neighborhood. The responding officer, initially dismissive of Sarah's concerns, took the key as evidence, his curiosity piqued by the air of mystery surrounding it. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous key would unlock a sinister past hidden in the shadows of the community. The case file made its way to Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a knack for unraveling mysteries that lurked beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. As he examined the unassuming brass key resting on his desk, a chill crept down his spine, a sense of foreboding settling over him like a shroud. Delving into Sarah's background revealed a life untouched by criminality, a retired teacher with no skeletons in her closet. The forensic team found only her fingerprints on the key, the evidence offering no clear answers as to its origin. The postmark on the envelope led to dead ends, leaving more questions than clues in its wake. It was a stroke of luck that led Detective Harmon to discover a connection between the key and a cold case from years past, a key that unlocked a storage unit harboring unspeakable horrors. Blood-stained carpets, tools of torment, and images of women trapped in time and investigation that had hit a dead end until now. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a name emerged from the shadows: Harold Jenkins, a man with a past shrouded in mystery, a neighbor long gone but not forgotten. The hunt for Jenkins intensified, each step unearthing a trail of darkness that led to a secluded cabin, a chamber of horrors hidden beneath its floorboards. Behind the cabin, a graveyard of secrets lay buried, the earth holding the remains of lives snuffed out by a predator in the guise of a quiet neighbor. Sarah, now thrust into the heart of the storm, found herself at the center of a twisted game orchestrated by a man known as the Keymaster. As the manhunt spread like wildfire, the community held its breath, gripped by fear and disbelief at the evil that had dwelled among them. The final showdown with Jenkins, a man consumed by his own madness, ended in tragedy, his lifeless body a stark reminder of the darkness that had touched so many. In the aftermath, as the dust settled and the wounds began to heal, Sarah found herself forever changed by the brush with malevolence that had seeped into her life. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, served as a grim reminder of the fragility of peace and the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of normalcy. And so, the tale of the brass key and the horrors it unlocked faded into memory, a cautionary tale of the darkness that can hide behind the facade of everyday life, a reminder that evil can wear many faces, waiting to reveal itself in the most unexpected of ways. Story 27, The Realtor's Secret. The realtor's listing spoke of charm and character, nestled in the heart of a sleepy suburban neighborhood. The Mercer family, seeking a fresh start, felt drawn to the two-story house with its faded siding and creaking floors. They moved in during the depths of winter, when shadows lingered long and the trees whispered secrets to the wind. No mention of a basement greeted them in the listing, no hint of hidden depths beneath their new home, but fate has a way of revealing what lies in the shadows. As they peeled back the old carpet in the living room, a discovery awaited them: an ancient door, its handle rusted and heavy. It took the combined effort of the family to pry it open, revealing a staircase leading down into darkness. Expecting to find a storage space, they were greeted by a chilling sight: a single chair beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows across the room. And on the wall behind the chair, a series of photographs caught their eyes, images of themselves, captured within the walls of their own home. Detective Sarah Connors, with her partner by her side, arrived at the scene as the crime scene unit worked to secure the area. The Mercers' voices trembled as they recounted their discovery below their living room floor. Connors, a seasoned investigator, knew they had stumbled upon something beyond the ordinary. The basement revealed a room frozen in time, with concrete walls and a chair bolted to the floor. But it was the row of photographs that sent shivers down their spines, images of the Mercer family, taken in their most intimate moments by an unknown observer. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged. Previous owners of the house had also been under surveillance, their lives documented in meticulous detail. Each family had stayed for a brief time before selling the property, unaware of the hidden eyes that watched their every move. Forensic analysis uncovered hidden recordings scattered throughout the house, capturing conversations and moments meant to be private. The mystery deepened as they delved into the history of the property, finding discrepancies and secrets buried within its walls. A breakthrough came when they unearthed a journal belonging to the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin. His writings hinted at a descent into madness, a belief that the families who lived in the house belonged to him. Kelvin's obsession with watching, recording, and documenting their lives had consumed him. The manhunt for Kelvin led to a shocking discovery: a wiry figure curled in a hidden crawl space, his eyes blinking against the sudden light. He spoke of the families as if they were characters in a play, his delusions painting them as his subjects rather than fellow humans. Kelvin's trial exposed the extent of his surveillance network, revealing hidden rooms and observation points carefully integrated into the house's structure. The families who had unknowingly lived under his watchful eye were left reeling, their sense of security shattered by the revelation. As the house was demolished and the ground reclaimed, the families carried with them a lingering unease. The violation of their privacy haunted them, a specter that lingered in the corners of their minds. They wondered if they were truly alone, if the walls held secrets they could never uncover. And so, as night fell and the world slept, they found themselves staring up at the ceiling, searching for signs of the unseen observer who had once called their home his own. In the silence of the night, the echoes of the past whispered through the empty rooms, a reminder of the hidden truths that lurked beneath the surface.